introduce.
In that brief moment, we alone are the only species to comprehend and appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Almost a whole year. Yash W.
Dinosaur man.
All this great knowledge keeps bringing me. Very addicting LUL.
It's the Dinosaur man!
Okay. Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to have you here, everybody, and a very happy Thursday Birdsday to you. Here, let's get a more upbeat song going here. There we go, that'll work. So glad you're able to join us today, everybody. Those of you who are already here right at the beginning of the broadcast, happy Thursday Birdsday. We're going to be doing some dinosaur deep dives today before we get into the Thursday Birdsday goodness. So if you happen to have a dinosaur deep dive in the hopper there, we'll cover it today. Finally. It's been a crazy couple of weeks, but finally got the opportunity to do those today, so let's do them. Anyway, if anybody's here for the very first time, then an extra special welcome to you, and let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So, a paleontologist is a fossil scientist, as I'm sure you're aware. But I work on dinosaurs in particular. Most paleontologists don't. Most paleontologists work on all manner of other fossil organisms. Dinosaur paleontologists are a pretty small minority within the paleontological community.
There are fewer than 40 full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Oh yeah, see? Perfect timing there.
3 of them are leading this expedition.
There's probably about 100, 200, maybe 300 dinosaur paleontologists in the world now. But Holy Lifton, thank you for helping support one of those with those 5 gift subs. I really appreciate that, Holy Lifton. Thank you for that support. There are now 5 more people who won't have to watch any ads until December now, thanks to you. So thank you, Holy Lifton, for your support of this community and your support of science outreach here. So as a dinosaur paleontologist, I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I talk about them now 5 days a week here on Twitch. This is actually how I make my living, believe it or not. And good people like Holy Lifton are helping me do that, so thank you. And I also dig up dinosaurs during the summer. This past summer, in June and July and August, I was out in Wyoming and Utah digging up dinosaurs. We got at least 3 new species this summer. Very exciting. And I was broadcasting that live on Twitch. Those of you who were here then, you remember that, and I think you had a good time. I had a great time doing it. Looking forward to doing that next summer as well. Maybe if you're even longer. So yeah. Might even have a chance to get up into Montana. We'll have to see. But, anyway, yeah. This is what I do here. So if you happen to have any questions about dinosaurs, or about other topics, about paleontology more broadly, about the fossil record, about extinction, evolution, the history of life on Earth, the way that we find these things out, all questions are fair game, and those are really the bread and butter of our streams here. That is the beating heart of paleontologizing, our viewer questions, so do not be shy with your questions, please. I'm here to answer them for you. I think this is really some of the best science outreach I could possibly be doing, and it's an honor to be able to do it, so yeah, don't be shy with those questions. And Great Sag says, did you name the new dinosaurs you discovered? We're working on it, Great Sag. Yeah, I suggest Enduzalosaurus. So there's one of the rules according to the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, the ICZN. Code. Yeah. Oh, hang on a minute. There we go. I was trying to sync up my cameras earlier. The ICZN, International Code of Zoological Nomenclature. This is like basically the rule book for what you can and cannot name animals. You cannot name an animal after yourself. It's one of the rules. You can't do it. So, yeah. Someone else would have to name a dinosaur after me. Yeah. Can't do it yourself. That's a good rule, I think. You know? Yeah. And there you go, Rosand. No, those are actual rules. those names can be taken away if they don't adhere to the ICZN, you know, to the code there. So yeah. Can you say name a dig site after yourself? SB, I kinda have. Yeah. Or rather, I don't know, back in, I wonder if I can find any pictures. I bet you I can. I think it's okay to show you a picture of the Daniceratops site. 2012. I found what will hopefully one day be named as a new ceratopsian dinosaur. I actually need to talk to some co-authors about this. But, there we go. Yeah, this will be fun. I really should have taken more pictures of the site, but I didn't think about it at the time. Pretty early on. But this is the Daniceratops site. Ceratopsian dinosaur with Denver Fowler and Liz Friedman Fowler. So, yeah. I discovered this site in the first place. I was out prospecting and I stumbled upon this dinosaur. And then Denver said, Danny, you got to come up with a name for the site, because that's traditional. We were working with Museum of the Rockies at the time, and tradition there is that whoever finds the site gets to name it. And I didn't come up with a name fast enough, so Denver just starts writing in the logbook, and he just calls it Daniceratops, so that's the name of the site. Yeah, how old is it? About 79 million years old. About equivalent to, like, Dinosaur Park formation. So, like, Campanian stage, late Cretaceous. Yeah. And Little Pink Pony says, I went to that Dinosaur Documentaries channel. I watched many hours of videos. It was fun. I'm glad to hear it, Little Pink Pony. Awesome. I'm glad Dino Wolf had that question. That was good. So, anyway. Yeah. Anywho. We're gonna have a fun stream today, and I hope you're ready for it. Yeah, maybe we won't go through and do greetings. I don't know, I want to get going with this. We've got a lot of dinosaur deep dives to cover. But everyone who is here, thank you very, very much for being here. And I'm excited to really get this going. So I appreciate everybody who's tuned in today, everybody who's there in the chat, even if I'm not calling you out by name like I normally do at the beginning of the broadcast. And it then says Preosaurus. You know, there are a number of dinosaurs that are actually named after, like, companies and stuff. Some of you might be aware of this airline, Qantas, which is the Spirit of Australia. It's an Australian airline. There is a dinosaur named Qantasaurus. I guess there's two S's. Well, three S's. Yeah, Qantasaurus. It's almost certainly the same dinosaur as Lialinosaura. But it was named after Qantas Airlines because they helped supply funding to the researchers in the field who discovered it. Yeah. And named after Qantas, the Australian airline. There you go. There's also Atlascopcasaurus, which is almost certainly the same dinosaur. Little beaky plant-eating dinosaur. What we might call a speedo, a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. But it is named after the Atlas Copco Company, which is a Swedish multinational industrial company. And they provided equipment for the dig that discovered the dinosaur in 1984. Yeah. Atlas Copcosaurus, not known from very much. I think it's just these lower jaw bones. I think that's it. I think it's just these maxillae, right? Holotype consists of the piece of the upper jaw, partial maxilla with teeth, and referred specimens include teeth, another maxilla, and dentaries. Yeah, that's really not... Honestly, it's really not enough to name a new dinosaur based on. Especially when you're naming several new dinosaurs based on really scrappy material, all from the same site. It's probably the same animal as, yeah. As, what was I saying? Lialinosaura. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And you call it a Speedo. It's an acronym. Small-bodied early diverging ornithischian. That's the thing with these kinds of dinosaurs. What we used to call hypsilophodonts. There we go. These guys. Hypsilophodonts are dinosaurs that look like this. Broadly speaking. You know, ran on 2 legs, had kind of short arms, had a beak. These little guys bouncing around there are hypsilophodonts. The thing is, hypsilophodonts don't actually appear to all be related to each other. There's like different dinosaur families that all have members that look like this. This is just one of those body plans that works really, really well for small plant-eating dinosaurs. And so different dinosaur groups all yielded dinosaurs that look like this. So hypsilophodont is kind of what we call a wastebasket term. It's like, if it's a small, beaky, fast, 2-legged, running, plant-eating dinosaur, hypsilophodont. Even though these critters aren't actually all each other's closest relatives. So yeah, so the term Speedo, which is, there we go. Speedo. How do I make that bigger? I guess I have to open up WordPad, huh? Hang on a second. Speedo. That stands for small-bodied, early, diverging ornithischian. Speedo. That makes sense? Yeah, because they're small. They're early diverging, meaning they're primitive or basal. It just means that they kind of split off early on in the evolution of this group of dinosaurs, the ornithischians. Now, ornithischian dinosaurs are one of the 2 main groups of dinosaurs as we traditionally classify them. So we've got ornithischian and saurischian. These are the 2 broad groups of dinosaurs. And this does a pretty okay job, I guess, of helping describe that. The main difference people talk about is their hips, but there's also differences in their jaws and everything. All ornithischian dinosaurs, and here's Stegosaurus as an example of an ornithischian. These are all plant-eating dinosaurs. All ornithischians, as far as we can tell, were plant-eating dinosaurs. But saurischians include the meat-eating theropods. So all meat-eaters are saurischians. But half of Saurischia are the sauropods, the plant-eating dinosaurs, sauropodomorphs. So the long-necked, 4-legged dinosaurs. Whoop! And there you have ornithischian versus saurischian, iguanodon, and whatever theropod that was.
Trying to work on my natural history book and relax.
Oh, holy cow, Dinosaur Dave!
Money should last 6 to 12 months if I careful laughing face next
Wow.
trip around Australia. I can't wait.
Wow, Dinosaur Dave. Well, shoot, I'm sorry to hear that your job is no more, but it sounds like you're making the most of that. I wish you all the best, Dinosaur Dave. Holy cow. And that trip around Australia sounds like a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing. That is awesome that you're going to have time for that. And I suppose, on the plus side, too, that probably means that maybe I'll be seeing you around here a little bit more, too. Anyway, Dinosaur Dave, again, I wish you the best. Thank you so much for the 24 months of support. It's a long time, and I really do appreciate it. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Holy cow, Dinosaur Dave. Wow. What were we talking about here? Saurischians and ornithischians. Anyway, a lot of the early ornithischian dinosaurs, you know, they're those little two-legged, runny, beaky guys. What we used to call hypsilophodonts. And, yeah, they seem to split off pretty early, and then they're everywhere. Just about every dinosaur-bearing formation, whether it's the Morrison, or the Hell Creek, or the Judith River, or the Namakht, or whatever, they've all got some kind of little beaky, two-legged, plant-eating dinosaur. Right? Does the Namakht have that? Shoot, I may have mentioned one of the few that don't. But anyway, no matter where you are in the world, no matter what age of dinosaurs you're looking at, chances are there's a little speedo there. And gluten-free space, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. And Dinosaur Dave says, I knew it was coming for 5 years. Oh boy, yeah. Offer from the email still open. I will send image. Dinosaur Dave, I think I may have seen the headline of this email, and I need to actually give it the proper time and everything. I will look into that, Dinosaur Dave. So that I can finally, like, breathe after the last couple weeks being super busy. Yeah. So yeah. Gluten-free space says, hello, fellow paleontologist. Is that right, gluten-free space? Do you work on fossils also? Sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anyway, yeah. And yeah, Star King is correct there. Star King says ornithischian means bird-hipped, but birds are saurischians, not ornithischians. I know, it's confusing, right? So of these two major groups, birds did not evolve from the bird-hipped ornithischians. That's what ornithischian means. They evolved from the lizard-hipped saurischians, from the theropods. And Allosaurus is our example of a theropod right there. So yeah, we'll be talking all about that later on this month. Because November, of course, at least here in the US, holds Thanksgiving. And thank you, Fsler, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing, F. Good to have you here. Yeah. We're going to be getting ready for Thanksgiving toward the end of the month. And I'm going to see about actually assembling a real-life bird skeleton. Not a 3D print.
This is it.
But
this is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Seaborn Show.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Holy cow, Seaborn Show.
8 raiders have stumbled below that level.
Welcome.
Let's talk dinosaurs.
It's a Paleontologizing Seaborn Show. I'm glad you could be here. Thanks for joining us. And Cinnabon Show, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How are you doing? Thanks for being here. Yeah. Blah, blah, blah says hi from Seaborn Show. Welcome. Seaborn Show, how was your stream? Tell me about it. Tell me what you got up to. And, tell people why they should follow you. Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for rating in. I really do appreciate it. Welcome back. Yeah. And, Fast Now a Word says, good evening. Good evening to you too. Welcome. And Mr. Maxey says, ornithischians did not have any feathers, though. I'm trying to understand this. Not so fast, actually. That's the weird thing about saurischians and ornithischians. Yes, birds evolved from the saurischian dinosaurs. And so the most bird-like dinosaurs. All the aviolans, they are theropods. You know, they're saurischians. Saurischians. But it appears some ornithischians, dinosaurs on the opposite side of the family tree from the birds, also had feathers. Or at least some sort of feathery thing. It's kind of wild, actually. Here, I can show you a clip talking about that. There we go. And
Years ago, scientists found a 30-foot dinosaur with some feathers, the biggest yet so far. Eutyrannus is thought to be closely related to T-Rex, so it's possible that the most famous and feared dinosaur might have been sort of fluffy. It's not clear how universal feathers were among dinosaurs.
Here we go.
But while most of the specimens are theropods, there have been a
Yep, most are theropods. We don't actually have any sauropods, any sauropodomorphs with feather impressions yet. So one half of Saurischia seems to be without feathers, so far at least. But theropods, many of them, if not all of them, had feathers. But as for ornithischians, the other side of the dinosaur family tree, it's kind of surprising. Watch.
few interesting findings from way over on the other side of the family tree.
Yep.
These two have bristles of some sort, which may or
Yeah, these are... I'm not convinced these are actually part of this animal. I think that might actually be plant material in there. Jim Kirkland is of the same opinion. He's seen hundreds of these Psittacosaurus preserved with skin like this in China. This is the only one in the world that has any suggestion of quills or anything like that. So... this is probably a goof.
This is Laura Dern of Jurassic Park.
Jethro
Digging
Gray.
dinosaurs is hard, frustrating work. It takes months or years, so leave it to the professionals.
I appreciate that, Jethro. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah.
may not be related to bird feathers. And this one, found last year, has even more complex feather-like filaments.
Yep.
These
So this is, again, what we would call a speedo. Culindrodromeus is an example of a speedo, a small-bodied, early diverging ornithischian. S-P-E-D-O, speedo. So, yeah, and it had some sort of feather-like filament.
fossils may indicate that feather precursors date back to some of the dinosaurs' earliest common ancestors.
Yep.
Jurassic World could have introduced feathered dinosaurs to a huge audience this
Would
year,
have been wonderful
but
if they had
it
done
didn't.
that. Big missed opportunity, if you ask me. But yeah. So anyway, yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Scrolling through chat. And Spectre Flight, welcome. And Lenina to get my attention about... Oh, Sice82 wants to know. Thank you, Lenina. Let me ask it this way. If you find a new dinosaur, is there a qualification for how many fossils or other qualifications that are required in order to name the new dinosaur? It's got to make it through peer review, but beyond that, there isn't like a hard and fast set of rules for how much of a dinosaur skeleton you have to have in order to name it, for instance. Maybe we should have something like that, but there isn't really like an official requirement there. So the majority of dinosaurs that have ever been named, including some of the really famous ones like Carnotaurus, you might be familiar with. Carnotaurus here is only known from one fossil specimen. And it's not even complete. So, like, based on how much attention this animal gets in popular culture, we don't have that much fossil material from it. So for this dinosaur right here, this is what we call a skeletal, short for skeletal diagram. So this shows you how much of the skeleton we actually have of this critter. So we're missing the lower part of the legs, and we're missing the tail. At least all of the tail except for the anterior-most portion. This is actually really, really good. Most dinosaurs, we have much less material from. So almost all dinosaurs are known from just one specimen. Some dinosaurs, like Triceratops, we know from hundreds of specimens. Tyrannosaurus, we have probably 40 specimens of this animal that are available for scientific study. Carnotaurus, we only have one. although it is still relatively complete. You got other dinosaurs like, was it Elamgasum? It is known from literally just a few scraps. And should you actually name a new dinosaur based on just a handful of bones? Like this? Well, it's really not best practice, but it does happen. Because here's the thing, even if you go back to the same spot, the same locality where this critter came from, and you happen to find a complete skull and neck of this animal, how would you be able to tell if it really is the same creature? Because those parts don't overlap. The parts that have been named Elamgasum right here, if there's no overlapping material, you can't demonstrate that, yes, this is the same creature. You know? So that's why it's not ideal when you name a dinosaur based on really, really scrappy material. There's another dinosaur, Vectoraptor. Little dromaeosaur like Velociraptor. It's known from 3 really scrappy vertebrae, all of which were like tumbled by wave action, and yeah, they're really not, it's not great material, you know? So again, I would say this is really not best practice. But that's the thing, scientists are human beings. And scientists like to name things. Paleontologists like to name new dinosaurs. Even when that's maybe not the most prudent thing to do. Oh yeah. But if we were to look this animal up, like say you look it up on Wikipedia, this might even be listed as a dubious genus. It doesn't say dubious here. But this is the thing, is that like, oh yeah, there is, that's the best bone from this animal's skeleton that we have. A posterior dorsal, so like one of the back vertebrae from near the hips. It's not great preservation, and it's kind of tumbled around. I think it may have actually come off of a beach on the Isle of Wight, so kind of partly smooth, like round beach stones. Yeah. It's been suggested that this is a Eudromaeosaur. Oh, and this is where the holotype was discovered. I think it literally just came off of the beach on the Isle of Wight in the UK. But yeah, the way that dinosaur paleontology works is kind of by consensus. So, like, other researchers, when they're studying dromaeosaurs, when they're studying this family of, like, what the public would call raptor dinosaurs, if you don't include Vectoraptor in your analysis, you say this thing is too scrappy, it's not really of any use, you know, or you might even outright say this is a dubious genus. So, like, this one, it's not really, it's not super legit, you know? Other researchers might agree with you, and they might do the same thing, and then this name will eventually kind of be forgotten about. The way that dinosaur paleontology works, and the way that names like this work, is that if other researchers find those names to be useful, if they find your diagnoses to be useful, they will continue to use them, and they'll stay in the literature, they'll stay current, and, you know, you will have contributed something really meaningful to the science. As long as that's not the case, and these things just kind of fall by the wayside. Does that make sense? Yeah. Let me continue to scroll through chat. Yeah. But yeah. And Birds of Dead Honest says, I think Naish described a new British dinosaur. Yeah, that was Rhyperovenator and, and Ceratoseucops. There were 2 Spinosaurs that they described in that paper, if I'm thinking of the same one. There was another one that Darren Naish published that he didn't actually give it a name, which, honestly, that's kind of more prudent. You can describe something, you can write a scientific paper and say, hey, we've got these cool bits, tantalizing pieces of a new dinosaur, but it's really not enough to name yet. And unfortunately, it's kind of rare that that happens. That a researcher is prudent like that. That a team decides to let discretion be the better part of valor. But it does happen. Yeah. With our Alvarezsaur, Trirarchuncus, that critter was published back in the 1980s, but it wasn't given a name because all they had from it was a couple of bones from the hips. Not very, what we call, diagnostic. So, eventually when we found more of it, and we had 3 really decent claws of this animal, and could actually tell something interesting about its biology, its ontogeny, we had features on it that were different from all other dinosaurs, what we call atapomorphies. Atapomorphies are like unique traits that you can spot in the anatomy. And if you have some decent atapomorphies, you can make an argument that, yes, this is a new animal, and it's deserving of a name. So that was why we named that critter Trirarchuncus. Anyway, yeah. And so scrolling. Vectoraptor equals Velociraptor over time. Very funny, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. And has a new bookshelf. How are you doing? Welcome. They say, hey, do you have a take on the possibility of a carnivorous sauropod existing in Australia? I've never heard of any, like, hard evidence of that. Has a new bookshelf. Why do you ask, I wonder? Have you heard rumors of a carnivorous sauropod being found in Australia? Huh. Anyway, it's good to have you here. It's a good question. As far as we know, after, like, the early Jurassic, all sauropodomorphs were more or less exclusively herbivorous. We've got no evidence that they had any adaptations for eating meat. Maybe. Let's see if I can find this old illustration. Greg Paul did this wonderful illustration of, I think it was an Apatosaurus, reaching its head way up into the treetops and feeding on these leaves. And there were some mammals up there, and they're like trying to get out of the way and try not to get accidentally chomped. Maybe sauropods would accidentally eat small critters like mammals, or even birds, if they happen to be hiding in the foliage. You know, oh, there it is. Yeah. I'm sorry that image is so small, but that's funny. I've clearly done the same exact thing before, because we're going back to the same page, and the page is already over-embiggened. But yeah, so, you know, it's certainly possible that little mammal-y creatures might end up going accidentally down the gullets of some sauropods. But we don't have any evidence that sauropods evolved any adaptations for eating meat. From like the late Jurassic onward. There are some dinosaurs, like Plateosaurus, sauropodomorphs, that may have been, there's a chance that they may have been omnivorous. Some of the other basal sauropodomorphs, what we used to call prosauropods, there is a chance that some of these guys would have eaten some other critters if given the chance. You know, these are not active pursuit predators or anything, but like, you know, if they come across a carcass, they might chew on it a bit. Like a lot of, you know, otherwise obligate plant-eating animals do today. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. But yeah. And let's see. Has a new bookshelf says they call it Boronjor. It's a cryptid community item. Oh, yeah. Sorry. As cool as that would be, there's a reason that there's a distinction between cryptozoology and zoology, you know? Because if there were actually any hard evidence for any, like, cryptozoological critters, it wouldn't be cryptozoology, it would just be zoology, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. If you're really into that kind of thing, don't let that stop you from going out and looking for these critters, but also, you know, appreciate the real animals that are around that you see. Yeah, don't get too swept up in the fantasy of it all. But yeah. And what is a T-Rex classified as? A raptor? So Tyrannosaurus is a theropod dinosaur. And it actually gave its name to the whole family of dinosaurs that it belongs to, the Tyrannosaurs. Tyrannosaurus is the namesake for the Tyrannosaurs. Let me show you. You know, this really old poster here. It's still one of the best ones for this subject. Yeah. This is art by Mark Hallett, who I just learned the other day is an Australian artist. I didn't realize that. Or he was born in Australia, at least. But you've got all your major groups of dinosaurs here, pretty much. Ornithopods, ceratopsians, stegosaurs, and ankylosaurs. You've got your sauropods here with their long necks and tails. And then basal sauropodomorphs there, too. And then, of course, you've got the theropods, which is the biggest and most diverse group of dinosaurs. Biggest, I mean there's the most species. And it's the only group that we still have ones around today. Birds, like Archaeopteryx here, are theropods. So theropods are the only group that has living representatives today. The only living dinosaurs still around today in 2023 are theropods. Birds are a kind of theropod, as we'll be talking about later for Thursday Birdsday today. But one group of theropods is the Tyrannosaurs, and there's Tarbosaurus right there, which is a very close relative of Tyrannosaurus. So Tyrannosaurus is a kind of theropod, and it's the Tyrannosaur kind of theropod. So let me show you an image of some different Tyrannosaurs. Tyrannosauridae. Here we go. So Tyrannosaurs, you know, they typically look kind of like T-Rex. T-Rex is the most Tyrannosaur-y of the Tyrannosaurs, I guess you could say. It's the biggest, the most robust. It's got maybe the shortest arms per body size. But all the Tyrannosaurs, especially Tyrannosaurids, members of that particular little family, Tyrannosauridae, they all look basically like this. Short, two-fingered hands. Well, two-fingered hands on short arms, long, powerful legs, and a big, robust skull. They all basically have that same general kind of body plan. Yeah. They're all closely related. That's why they all look fairly similar to one another, is because they share a recent common ancestor. Anywho, yeah. And HD and HB says the king of tyrannosaurs, you might say. I suppose you could say that. Or the last of the tyrannosaurs. Tyrannosaurus is the last one that we have right before the asteroid hits 66 million years ago. And Charcone wants to know, were T-Rexes hunters? I read somewhere that they were a more scavenging type. My old boss, Jack Horner, had a whole thing about this. That he, I don't know. The funny thing is, he never really, like, published on it. I think it was more a way to just, like, get the general public to think about how do we actually demonstrate predation versus scavenging in the fossil record? Like, how do you actually show that with evidence? I think he made some good points about that, but I think a lot of people kind of took it the wrong way. So was Tyrannosaurus T-Rex, was it a scavenger or a predator? The answer is probably yes. So I think what a lot of people fail to recognize is that these animals change a tremendous amount as they grow and mature through what we call ontogeny. So when Tyrannosaurus first hatches out, it's pretty small. It would have hatched out of an egg about this big. And it's pretty slender early on.
Ontogeny.
And Nana Yummy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. That first one there wasn't a dinosaur, actually. That was a synapsid. Dimetrodon. Anyway, yeah. Tyrannosaurus starts off pretty small, and then as it grows, you know, until it's about half size, it's pretty svelte and sleek, probably a very fast runner. And then it reaches a certain point and it just bulks up. It becomes this big bruiser of an animal. And so Tyrannosaurus was almost certainly...
Tier 1 sub to has a new bookshelf.
Here we go.
They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
And thank you, Sice. There we go. Here, check this out. This is a really lovely demonstration of that ontogeny there. So as the animal grows, you know, at this point it's still got really long legs, almost like an ostrich or something, probably a very fast runner, and then it reaches a point and it just bulks up. And it becomes this massive, you know, 13-meter long carnivore. Maybe it later becomes an ambush predator or even a scavenger when it's full grown. Maybe it's mostly just eating things that are already dead. Maybe it's just, you know, like frightening away other tyrannosaurs from the kills that they made, smaller ones. But yeah, it goes through some tremendous anatomical changes as it grows and matures. And I guess you're seeing that in reverse now. As we shrink it back down to a baby. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Third says, like chickens. I mean, yeah, chickens are theropod dinosaurs, so there's a lot of characteristics that they share. A Tyrannosaurus is a zillion times more similar to a chicken than it is to, say, a lizard. Or a crocodile, you know? So yeah, yeah. And could it dig with its snout? I don't know. It's difficult to say. We don't have any evidence that they did dig with their snouts as a new bookshelf, but it's possible, I guess. Yeah. Oh, and this is actually the perfect time to talk about that. Dinosaur Dave, yeah. I, right before stream today, did look at that. I think I looked at the same one. It's an abstract, I think by Nick Longrich, about, there we go. It is the same one. Yeah. So, here, how do I say this? I don't agree with this finding. But that's the thing. In science... Well, let me first clue everybody in on this real quick. Let me bring you up to speed on this ongoing debate. So, talking about ontogeny, we recognize now that a lot of dinosaurs change a lot as they grow and mature. To the point where different dinosaurs that we thought were different species or different genera, oftentimes it turns out that they're the same critter, just at different growth stages. They change that much as they grow and mature. And so we see this with dinosaurs like Edmontosaurus. We see it with Pachycephalosaurus. We see it with a number of other dinosaurs in the Hell Creek Formation. So here's my old boss from Museum of the Rockies, back when I was there, Jack Horner, talking about this in a TED Talk. And, yeah.
The other one is an ontogeny, and we have an ontogeny, and we get rid of a natotitan. So we can just keep doing this. And the last one is T-Rex. So there's these two dinosaurs, T-Rex and Nanotyrannus. Again, makes you wonder. But they had a good question. I mean, they were looking at it and they said, one's got 17 teeth and the biggest one's got 12 teeth. And that doesn't make any sense at all because we don't know of any dinosaurs that gain teeth as they get older, so.
And he misspoke. He meant lose teeth as they get older. Like lose tooth rows. It's not just losing the teeth, but like losing the tooth sockets in the jaw. So yeah, it was like, well, shoot, they must be two different animals if they've got a different number of tooth sockets in the jaw.
That must be true. They must be different. So we cut into them.
Yep. So you can basically count the growth rings in dinosaur bones. It's grossly oversimplifying it. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but this is what we call histology. So like cutting up the bones, counting the growth rings like you might do in a tree to figure out how old the tree is. You can do the same thing with animals too, although it is more complicated.
And sure enough, Nanotyrannus has juvenile bone.
Yep.
And the bigger one has more mature bone. Looks like it could still get bigger. And at the Museum of the Rockies where we work, I have 4 T-Rexes, so I can cut a whole bunch of them. But I didn't have to cut any of them, really, because I just lined up their jaws, and it turned out that the biggest one had 12 teeth, and the next smallest one had 13, and the next smallest had 14.
Yep.
And of course, Nano has 17, and we just went out and looked in other people's collections, and we found one that has sort of 15 teeth. So again, real easy to say that Tyrannosaurus ontogeny included Nanotyrannus, and therefore we could take out another dinosaur.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to our end Cretaceous, we have 7 left. And that's a good number. I mean, that's a good number to go extinct, I think. Now, as you can imagine, this is not very popular with 4th graders.
Or with a lot of paleontologists.
Dinosaurs,
Yeah.
They memorize them. And they're not happy with this. Thank you very much.
Anyway, if you want to watch that whole thing, I'll give you a link here in the chat. All right, so now you're caught up, basically. There's this idea that Nanotyrannus is it's the same time and the same place as T-Rex, and it looks almost exactly what you would expect a juvenile T-Rex to look like. And yet, the idea is like, oh, like, it can't be a juvenile T-Rex because it's reasons. The general consensus among dinosaur paleontologists right now is that Nanotyrannus is the same thing as T-Rex. It is just a juvenile T-Rex, especially when you consider it's like heterochrony, like the way that ontogeny itself evolves over millions of years. I think the more specimens that we have of Tyrannosaurus from different growth stages, the clearer and clearer it will become that yes, Nanotyrannus is a juvenile Tyrannosaurus. There's going to be a lot of individual variation. There's going to be stratigraphic variation. There's going to be, the way that ontogeny changes through that stratigraphic variation as well. When you're dealing with a very limited data set, you can either kind of be a lumper or a splitter here. You can either look at things that are pretty similar to one another and say, yeah, these are probably the same animal. Or you can say, well, there's all these subtle differences, so they must be different. That's really kind of at the core of this. It's kind of a philosophical difference that different scientists have with one another. Different paleontologists can either be lumpers or splitters. And you never want to be one or the other. Both are considered almost kind of derogatory. But these are like real things. These are, people are either lumpers or splitters usually. Everybody wants to think that they're somewhere in between, but I don't know. I'm much more on the lumper side. Anyway, so this has not been published yet. to my knowledge, so this is an abstract from a conference. This may have actually been from SVP this year. And I was looking at it right here on Paleo Archive. And so I think... Let's see. I don't think this was actually published yet. I think this is just a conference abstract, so it's not been through peer review or anything like that. But I don't know. Reading it wasn't really anything new for me because the lead author here, Nick Longrich, I was in the field with him this summer. We were on the same crew in Wyoming, and we had hours-long conversations about this. And I'd been hearing for a while about... Yeah. Here we go. Here's some footage from,
I mean, it might seem,
fruit flies.
seem amazing that, like,
There he is right there.
You know, the first afternoon out here, I found one. I must be good. No, it's like the first afternoon plus the 20 years previously looking. So it's just sheer persistence goes a long way.
It really does, yeah. So anyway, Nick and I had long conversations about this for like multiple days. And the thing is, they just don't have histological evidence yet. My thing is always, show me the histo. If you're going to demonstrate that Nanotyrannus is actually a mature animal and is not a juvenile Tyrannosaurus, that should be really easy to demonstrate. You just cut the bones open, you look at the growth patterns, and you say, oh, well, there's an EFS, an external fundamental signature. This thing has stopped growing. And that doesn't exist. They just don't have it. And it's also not in here. So they talk about other indicators of maturity, which I think are far, far, far less reliable. Things like skull fusion and the texture of the skull bones. It's like, well, it looks mature. Where was that? Yeah, skull bone textures. Skeletal fusions consistent with maturity, so like some of the bones fusing up. In my experience, this is much a result of diagenesis as it is of actual life history. So yeah, I remain completely unconvinced of this still. But, you know, time will tell. Like I was talking about earlier, how consensus really is what dinosaur science kind of runs on to a certain extent. Like, more people will work on this problem, and there will be more specimens that are found. There will be more histosamples that are taken. There'll be more papers published on this. And eventually, you know, the truth will rise to the top there. We'll figure out what's actually going on. That's how science works, because there is a correct answer to this. This isn't just a matter of opinion or something. Either Tyrannosaurus and Nanotyrannus are separate taxa, or they're the same animal. And eventually we'll figure that out. So I don't agree with Nick Longrich on this. We honestly don't agree with him on a lot of things. Yeah, very different people. But we're colleagues. We can work together in the field. We can be cordial as scientists and as colleagues. And I think that's important, you know? This is not the sort of thing that I'm going to get in a screaming fight about. Eventually, we'll figure this out, and there will be a strong consensus one way or the other, based on solid evidence. So yeah, does that make sense? Anyway, I hope you're satisfied with that answer, Dinosaur Dave. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Anandusha, interesting. Yeah, that's the thing about the biological species concept, is it doesn't work for non-avian dinosaurs, Anandusha. You can't say, oh, well, these specimens could definitely produce fertile offspring, because you're just looking at bones. So we've got to... It's trickier when we're talking about dinosaur paleontology, you know? It's tricky for modern organisms, too, and you can actually see if they can interbreed and produce fertile offspring. And people still argue about whether this and that might be the same species or they might be separate species. think about how much more difficult it is in a field like paleontology, where we don't have a way of testing if those critters could interbreed. Especially since we don't have things like DNA. We can't even, like, you know, compare their genetic makeup. We only have morphology in the bones, the shapes of the bones, and even that is usually pretty incomplete. And sometimes the bones are squashed and flattened through diagenesis. They can be broken apart, they can be chewed up, they could be accidentally messed up during excavation or lab work or whatever. It's complicated, you know? In that sense, I think paleontology is more complicated than like modern taxonomy. So yeah. But anyway, yeah. And search for histology on the one I linked to. There's a whole section on it. Well, let's see, Dinosaur Dave. And I hope it's okay that we're looking at this, because this has not been published yet. Let's see. Bone texture and patterns of fusion can provide information on maturity. Histology can be... Yeah, so they're just kind of outlining the problem here. Bone histology... Histology of Nanotyrannus individuals lack any obvious external fundamental system. This is what I was talking about. We don't have an EFS for Nanotyrannus. But they do show annual growth rates and growth trends suggestive of appreciable maturity. So again, this is really loosey-goosey. Like, if you don't have an EFS, it's not mature. It's... That's kind of the whole point. So yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Dr. Terra says, can we talk about SVP stuff? What kind of stuff? What do you want to talk about? I didn't go to SVP this year. I was at TwitchCon instead. So I don't know if I'll have much that I can give input-wise that'll be valuable. Yeah. And anyway, Star King, yeah, we talked all about ring species about a week ago, I think, on stream, or maybe it was 2 weeks ago. Anyway, check out the VODs if you want to see that discussion. That was fun. The classic example of the ring species is salamanders here in California, kind of surrounding the Central Valley along the Coast Range and the foothills of the Sierra Mountains. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. So yeah. Certain gigantic goose from Judith. I'm not sure what that is, Dr. Terra. You lost me. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. We've got some dinosaur deep dives to cover. Why don't we get into those? Thank you, Claire, for sending me those. Let's see here. Excellent. Looks like we don't have names on these. But if any of you who are watching right now requested a dinosaur recently for a dinosaur deep dive, let me know. First come, first serve. And we'll start doing those. Mamenchisaurus, says Stinky Winky. All right. Let's talk a little bit about Mamenchisaurus. This is probably the third time that we've done Mamenchisaurus, but it's a good animal. Let's discuss it. Mamenchisaurus, I think, might still hold the record for the dinosaur with the longest neck. I remember that little factoid from childhood, actually. Crazy long neck on this animal. And if I remember correctly, Mamenchisaurus was thought to have been like early or middle Jurassic. Nowadays we recognize that this animal is probably from the late Jurassic period. The rocks, I think, if I recall correctly, were misdated for a long time. It has got a crazy, crazy long neck. Just absolutely bonkers how long the neck on this animal is. And if any of you happen to have seen the film The Lost World Jurassic Park, then you are already familiar with this animal, at least to a certain extent. There we go. Got Parasaurolophus there. Got some ornithomimids running through, and there's your Mamenchisaurus. It's only a brief appearance, but very memorable here. Anyway, Mamenchisaurus. It is a crowd pleaser. It definitely is, I say as I swat at the fruit flies that are buzzing around my office. Now, there is actually an entire documentary about Mamenchisaurus. Or at least a big part of a documentary. And, let's see here. I think we can start off about here with it. Yeah. Good stuff.
In Earth's history.
This is from 1995.
Stability nurtured many huge plant-eating sauropods. Brachiosaurus, for example, and Apatosaurus.
The well-known dinosaurs from North America.
Long-necked sauropods have modern counterparts.
Kind of. Giraffes might not be the best analog for a lot of sauropods.
Giraffes plucked leaves from tall trees without competition. But Mamenchisaurus, grazing on leaves 150 million years ago, was unlike any known sauropod. Its 13-meter neck made it very, very different.
Pretty crazy. 13 meters, that's more than 40 feet long. That's just the neck on this animal. That's crazy. That's like longer than a lot of whales. That's just the neck, by the way. That's like as long as your average sperm whale, probably. Yeah.
First hints of the animal came in the 1950s. In 1987, the Canadian Museum of Nature's Dr. Dale Russell was associated with the discovery of a giant, nearly complete neck.
Pretty awesome.
I realized it was a very strange dinosaur because the neck was longer than the body and the tail combined. So it was difficult to believe that it all belonged in one skeleton, but it had been found in central China in the province of Sichuan, complete in our articulation, so we knew the specimen was complete. I had never seen a dinosaur that strange in my life, and I marveled that a creature that peculiar had ever been found.
Pretty awesome.
Russell is
What a crazy critter.
in the Dinosaur Project, an ongoing Chinese and Canadian venture which has unearthed wonders in both countries. But Mamenchisaurus is a...
Now, let me see here. I want to show you... We're not going to watch the whole documentary here, but I wanted to show you a few cool clips. And also show you the original published paper on Mamenchisaurus. Yeah. 1954 by C.C. Young. Cool.
Dig up dinosaurs?
Well. Dyson Dinosaur.
And their 6 raiders want to know what it's like.
Welcome, Dyson Dinosaur. How did your stream go? I hope it was brilliant. Howdy. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. We're just talking about Mamenchisaurus here. For a dinosaur deep dive, and this is going to be fun because It's got such a crazy long neck that its neck will repeatedly not fit on the screen. Yeah, but I was just about to pull up the original scientific paper describing Mamenchisaurus, as we often try and do during a dinosaur deep dive. In 1954 it was published, and I bet you I've got it here. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah, on a new sauropod from Yuping, Sichuan, China. By C.C. Young. During the construction of the Yutang Highway in 1952, remains of dinosaurian bones were discovered in the vicinity of Mamenchi, Yuping, southwest Sichuan, from the Jurassic Formation cropped out in that area. I'm pretty sure this was originally thought to have been Middle Jurassic, and it's later been redated. So nowadays it looks like most of your classic Jurassic Age Chinese dinosaurs, they're probably not Middle Jurassic, they're probably Late Jurassic, from what I've been told. So yeah. Anyway. Dyson Dinosaur was playing some paleopines. Very nice. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Very, very cool. As the excavation was not done systematically in a technical way, all the fossils were fragmentary and disordered. There's also no record concerning their occurrences. Fortunately, the bones are quite solid and well fossilized, so that most of the material can be well saved and proved to be part of the skeleton of one individual. We've got an associated skeleton here. Good stuff. Besides a few very fragmentary and undeterminable pieces, the following bones can be recognized with certainty. 14 cervical vertebrae, 14 vertebrae of the neck, 5 dorsals, 30 caudals, 30 tail vertebrae, fragments of ribs and dorsal spines and chevrons, 2 pieces of the right femur, complete right tibia, fibula, and astragalus. Astragalus is one of the lower leg bones, like the ankle. 2 pieces of right femur, phalanges and claws of the same side. Very nice. Is this quite sure that all the above-named bones belong to the same individual?
It's among the most magnificent, the strangest of all.
So, this is one of the better known of the Asian sauropod dinosaurs. Pretty cool critter.
There are many different kinds of long-necked dinosaurs, and many scientists feel that the primary use of the neck in these animals was so that they could raise the head up high into the branches of trees and be able to browse in leaves. I think that there are some dinosaurs that clearly could eat that way, but I disagree that that model would apply in this case. It is apparent from looking at the detailed structure of the neck that the most natural pose for the neck was nearly horizontally across the ground in front of the animal.
So Mamenchisaurus's massive body anchored a 13-meter neck, projecting more or less parallel to the ground.
Also, I see that we've got an argument going on in the chat about different biological species concepts, and I've seen the same sort of thing happen in the halls of, like the poster session of a scientific conference or something like that. Yeah, let's just try and leave that for now, friends, if you wouldn't mind, and let's try and focus on our dinosaurs here. Yeah. Sparky Pugwash says, why did they have long necks? That's a good question. Mamenchisaurus has got a crazy long neck. There's one idea that it was used for browsing in the treetops, and another idea that it was used for kind of sweep feeding horizontally, being able to just kind of sweep across the landscape and eat up a bunch of plants without having to take very many steps. It'd be a very efficient way of feeding. Maybe they did both. For Mamenchisaurus, I'm not sure. In some reconstructions, you will see it holding its neck aloft, like this. In other reconstructions, it's mostly held out straight in front of it. I don't know enough about Mamenchisaurus to really have a strong opinion on this. What I would want to look at is the teeth. Do the teeth seem well adapted for eating from the tops of conifers? Are they big, like, robust teeth like you see in, say, Camarasaurus? Camarasaurus was almost certainly a treetop browser, and it's got the teeth that are consistent with that. Big, you know, robust teeth for chomping onto conifers, things like Araucaria and its relatives, like monkey puzzle trees, stuff like that. Its neck also seems well adapted for that as well. What do the teeth look like in Mamenchisaurus? I don't even know if we know. I don't think we have a skull from Mamenchisaurus yet. Yeah. Anyway. And it is a lot longer than a giraffe neck, Sparky Pugwash. Absolutely. And with many more vertebrae than a giraffe has. These guys have probably got 20 cervical vertebrae, something like that. Find a skeletal diagram from Mamenchisaurus. There we go. Yeah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 20 neck vertebrae or thereabouts. Giraffes only have 7. So this guy's almost got 3 times as many cervical vertebrae as a giraffe. But it looks there like we have the skull, is that right? If that's the case, and yeah, shoot. If this is accurate here, if this reflects the actual data, then shoot. Those are pretty robust teeth. This looks like a treetop browser to me. Like it's feeding on conifers way up high like that. Not feeding on soft ferns and club mosses and horsetails and stuff like that. You know? Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. And Ornis the Avian Fiend, we've talked about that many times. Yeah. That, the, like, Hox gene thing that seems to limit mammals to only having 7 cervical vertebrae. Yeah. Anywho, let's continue.
Its neck vertebrae show how Mamenchisaurus differed from other long-necked dinosaurs. Long, bony neck ribs projected back from each vertebra, overlapping to support the neck as a whole.
It's nice just how tall were the trees back then.
Whatever conditions
many of them pretty tall.
This animal's evolution, the result was an extraordinary neck, reinforced from head to shoulders by overlapping, muscle-wrapped neck ribs.
Yep,
Jurassic
cervical ribs.
Reinforcing rod.
Pretty cool. And hey, Brother Moody, welcome,
Chinese Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology in Beijing houses an extraordinary find. A single neck rib excavated from the Gobi Desert in 1987 measures over 4 meters.
That's
longer
nuts.
Than a standard car.
So it's like 17 feet long. One neck rib. One of these cervical ribs from an animal like Mamenchisaurus there. Just one of those neck ribs from the underside of the neck. This is not going to be from Mamenchisaurus itself, but it's going to be from a related sauropod dinosaur. Over 4 meters long. Crazy.
Imagine the neck, an estimated 13 meters long. Stiffening made the neck less flexible. Mamenchisaurus could move it up or to the side, though just 30 degrees. It could never lift it vertically into trees.
Interesting. I do wonder about that. Yeah. Has a new bookshelf says, do you think it is possible we could tame sauropods if we brought them back to life? Shoot, if it's ever possible for human beings to bring sauropods back to life, then I suppose anything's possible. Yeah. Sure, yeah. Yeah, and Little Pig Pony, I've not even had a chance to sit down and try and fix the 3D printer yet, but I do have a cable. Hopefully this is the right one, a thermistor cable, and hopefully it doesn't require any soldering or anything like that, because I do not have the equipment to do that. So cross your fingers. This is an easy fix. I'm going to see if I can do it after stream today. Yeah.
Nature's elaborate structure restricted her creature's movement. Dale Russell asks,
why was the neck so long? What did the animal use it for? And one way, which is very obvious, is it was a labor-saving device. Without moving its enormous elephantine body, it could swing a very light neck over a broad arc and eat food from a very broad range of grazing material.
Fruit flies. Yowza.
how to support such a neck?
Anyway, more and more. Oh, there's Martin Lockley right there. Talking about bridges and stuff, and spines on the vertebrae, the neural spines. This is actually really cool.
The sauropods.
Check this out.
Other species had cable-like sinews, says Yamasaki. Mamenchisaurus evolved neck ribs instead. Here's how it worked. When this bamboo blind falls open, we get a long, light rod which you can easily support from one end. Mamenchisaur necks must have been something like this. The model resembles strong, light, split-cane fishing rods.
I like the noise they had.
The Science and Engineering Museum, Chengdu, home to Mamenchisaurus. And to Professor Dong Jiming, China's foremost dinosaur hunter. Excavated in 1957, this fossil brought Mamenchisaurus to world attention.
Yeah.
Of 6 known individuals, this is the most complete. Just one vital thing was missing.
The skull, right? It's always the skull with sauropods.
Professor Dong holds the world record for finding new dinosaur species, but he has a confession. When we found this Mamenchisaurus, Dong says, the skull was missing. This is a reproduction, a Diplodocus head. We know this one's wrong.
I think that's Dippy's skull right there. I'm going to be 3D printing that same skull eventually.
North China's Gobi Desert, a forbidding wasteland, and a treasure trove for Jurassic fossils.
Yeah. Anyway, I think when we're wrapping up here with Mamenchisaurus, let me talk about... Let's see. Let's just go back to that point there.
Why did...
Yeah, so, sauropod dinosaurs. We know them today as... Well, we know them today. We know of sauropod dinosaurs. We think of sauropod dinosaurs as being long-necked, four-legged, plant-eating. That's not how they started out. The earliest known dinosaur that we have seems to be also the earliest sauropodomorph. And it is Eoraptor right here. This is its skull. The skull of little Eoraptor. This is my 3D print. Eoraptor skull, printed life size. Big eye socket, pointy snout, and little sharp teeth in there. This is a meat-eating animal. looked like this. All dinosaurs, at the very, very beginning of the age of dinosaurs, the first dinosaurs looked like this. Two-legged, fast-running meat eaters. And it was from dinosaurs like this that all other dinosaurs evolved. All the various shapes and sizes came from an ancestor that looked like this. Oh, and Murph, thank you for the Chilesaurus dinosaur deep dive request. Excellent. We'll get to that in a little bit, I think. Anyway, this video clip kind of explains that.
Small bipedal carnivores like Eoraptor evolve into herbivores, such as the ancient sauropod Lufengosaurus.
Yep.
That mystery has yet to be solved. And surely factors other than stable climate gave us giant sauropods. Evolving in the geological isolation of Jurassic China, Mamenchisaurus was exceptional in many ways. Dr. Russell.
The reason why they probably increased in girth was because they were eating very low quality vegetation and they needed the assistance of bacteria to help them digest their food. But this was a slow process. So the animals' bodies, their stomachs grew to very massive size. Their weight grew so that they weighed as much as several elephants all rolled into one, and they simply could not support this gigantic body weight on hind limbs alone. So these were among the first dinosaurs to become truly quadrupedal.
Pretty cool. Unlike we were talking about yesterday, continental drift. Yeah.
Dinosaurs came and went for 160 million years, both small and great. Meanwhile, drifting continents meant that some of them evolved in isolation.
Yep.
Like Mamenchisaurus and other wonders in what is now the Gobi Desert, for example.
Sparky Pugosh wants to know,
The Gobi guards its secrets.
If Don Ximing knew it was wrong, then why did he put the wrong skull on? Because the public gets really mad when they have a headless dinosaur skeleton in a museum. People don't appreciate that. I don't know what it is, but like sometimes I would prefer to just leave the pieces out that, you know, if we don't know that if we don't know what these pieces look like just leave those out. The general public does not like that for the most part. So yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, I'd color them differently. And I guess they didn't really do that here, huh? It also may not have been his choice in the matter. Don Ximing may not have actually been in a position to say no about that.
Was missing.
Yeah.
Professor Dong holds the world record for finding new dinosaur species, but he has a confession. When we found this Mamenchisaurus, Dong says, the skull was missing. This is a reproduction.
So this is a similar, you know, vaguely similar sauropod dinosaur. At least it's not a Brachiosaurus skull on here or something like that. You know? Yeah. The thing is, when you don't have a skull, what are you going to do? Yeah. But generally, people don't like a headless dinosaur in a museum when they see it. But yeah. And Sai says if it was missing, maybe something ate it? I mean, that's the thing about sauropod skulls like this, is that they're very delicate. Let me show you. This is my 3D printed juvenile Diplodocus skull. It's got a big ol' eye socket there, because it's a juvenile. This thing is... It might appear fairly solid here. I hope it doesn't, because it's not. This is a really wispy, light, airy, delicate kind of skull. It's really difficult to find these things intact in the field because they had a tendency to just fall apart after death. And what's more, the connection between the head and the neck is also fairly weak. So after the animal dies, the head had a tendency to just pop off and then fall apart. And maybe it was even particularly tasty. Maybe dinosaurs like, Allosaurus would just, eat the skull, swallow it whole. It's small enough that they could probably do that. So, yeah. We don't often find the skulls of sauropod dinosaurs. The number of complete sauropod skulls that have ever been found it's not very many. Probably just in the low double digits. Yeah. SB says, tasty brain matter. I mean, these animals also had really small brains. So the brain case of the animal is in here. The brain would be about that big inside here. And that's not a bad thing. That's actually a very good thing for these animals. When you've got a head at the end of a ridiculously long neck, like with Mamenchisaurus, if you had a huge brain in that head, you just would not work as an animal. Because you would have to be pumping a tremendous amount of blood up this 40-foot neck, this 13-meter neck, in order to get to the brain. Like, having a big brain would be really dangerous. Like, these animals would not survive with a big brain. Because, big brains are really thirsty. They require a lot of blood. And if that supply gets cut off, even for a little bit, you can suffer serious brain damage. So it's in part because these animals had such small brains that they were so tremendously successful. Does that make sense? Yeah. And giraffes have high blood pressure, says Zintaus. It's true. Giraffes also don't have very long necks. Like, a giraffe neck is not actually that long when you think about it, especially when compared with something like this. Shoot, for crying out loud, they only have 7 vertebrae in their neck, just like almost all other mammals. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. And smaller brain size doesn't mean that they were less intelligent. I mean, to a certain extent, yeah, Sparky Pugwash. Larger brain does not immediately equal more intelligent, as we see in creatures like birds. So, yeah. Yeah. And, Axeman says, are there issues with brain signals traveling those long distances to the rest of the body? I don't know. That's an excellent question. You would imagine there would be some challenges presented. Like, if you're controlling your whole body from a small brain that's 40 feet away from your torso, 13 meters away, you'd think there'd be a bit of a signal delay there, right? And maybe there was. Yeah. And Fellaheen says, my gut impression is this creature was a mess. These animals were remarkably successful. So, Mamenchisaurus in particular is a fairly common dinosaur. It's been found at multiple different localities across China and Inner Mongolia. And it was around for a long time. Millions of years. Much longer than we as human beings have been around. So, yeah. I think it's a marvel of evolution. Mamenchisaurus might look at us and go, well, shoot, what's wrong with those animals? Look how incredibly short their necks are. How do they manage to survive and feed themselves? And why do they have such stupidly large brains? That's so inefficient. These guys were supremely well adapted to their environment, and they were remarkably successful and long-lived. So, yeah. Belheen says, I guess I'm reacting to the aesthetics. Yeah. I mean, it's wondrous, isn't it? It's so bizarre. It's such a weird critter. Yeah. Anyway. And this is Mamenchisaurus. Latest Kate. Yeah. I'll give you a link to the video. If you would like this whole video here, the first half of it is about Tyrannosaurs. The second half is about Mamenchisaurus. So there you go, Stinky Winky. Thank you for requesting that. I hope you're satisfied. The second half of that video that I just linked is all about Mamenchisaurus. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Now, who else had a dinosaur deep dive? First come, first serve here. Yeah, if you redeemed a dinosaur deep dive sometime in the past 2 weeks, I unfortunately have not done a good job of keeping a list of those. But, yeah. There was Rehanavis, Aguhaceratops, Hatzegopteryx, Eos squamata, Fuquiraptor, Eodromius, Rabachisaurus, Staricosaurus, Mercuriceratops, and Homalocephale. If any of you who requested one of those is here, let me know. Yeah. No, you're good, Claire. I should have been keeping a list of these. I didn't think it'd be this long before we got back to Dinosaur Deep Dive. It's been a crazy couple weeks for me. Yeah. Any one of those left? Oh, and coprolites too, layer 2. Yeah, somebody was talking about coprolites. Ash Rubber, what was your Dinosaur Deep Dive? And, oh, and Rabachisaurus is yours. Well, very nice, Matnum33. We will do that. And then we can do Pachycephalosaurus afterward, Ash Rubber. Yeah, yeah. Let's do Rabachisaurus first. And this one is going to be particularly relevant because we just had a brand new Rabachisaur published in the last couple days. Or maybe not a Rabachisaur, maybe a Rabachisaur mimic, I think it was. But Rabachisaurus is another sauropod dinosaur, another one of these long-necked plant-eating dinosaurs. And nope, not Brachiosaurus, Rabachisaurus. Google Images. Goodness. Yeah, this is kind of a mysterious critter. It's mostly known from teeth and stuff. But it's from the Cretaceous of Europe, if I recall correctly. Europe and maybe Africa, too? There's different Rabachisaurs from different places, but Rabachisaurus itself is, that's weird. There's the Wikipedia page. It's a dinosaur that doesn't get all that much attention. Here we go. Because it's not known from very much material, but like Tyrannosaurus is the namesake of the Tyrannosaurs, Rabachisaurus is the namesake of the Rabachisaurs. There's a whole family named after this animal. So it's from the Diplodocodea, excuse me. It's a diplodocid or diplodocoid dinosaur. From the late Cretaceous of Africa and possibly also South America. Well, well, well. Remains have been found in Morocco, Niger, Algeria, Tunisia, and possibly also Argentina, if Rheosasaurus is the same animal as Rabachisaurus. Interesting. Although only the Moroccan remains can be referred to the genus without doubt. Let's find the original paper, like Mamenchisaurus, also from 1954. Let me look that up. By Lavocat. 1954. Let's find that original paper there. Here we go. The title is On the Dinosaurs of the Continental Intercalare of the Chem of the Daura. From Morocco. René J.M. Lavocat. This might not seem super exciting, especially if you're fairly new around here, but this is an important thing. This is the original scientific publication that birthed Rabachisaurus. This is where this animal first entered the scientific literature. And I think it's really important to help show, to show scientific papers on a broadcast like this. Most people can go their whole lives without ever seeing a scientific publication, an actual scientific journal article. You hear about this stuff all the time, like, oh, a new study came out that says this or that or blah, blah, blah. Here is a scientific paper. This is a study like that. I think it's really important to kind of demystify that for the general public, so here we are. So here, Lavocat is just talking about some of these different, like, scraps of dinosaurs from Morocco that all seem to be new. And as for Rebbachisaurus, he writes, the few characters that we already have, that we are already able to specify indicate a sauropod of large size. The peculiar shape of its scapula and the characters of the dorsal vertebra permit to make, it seems, a new species and genus that we will call Rebbachisaurus garazabe, novgen spanov, so that means new genus, new species. And the layer of the Garaspa being on the territory of Ait Rabach. That's where the name Rebbachisaurus comes from Ait Rabach. So yeah, not the flashiest paper in the world, but interesting stuff. And that is one of the vertebrae from the holotype specimen, I believe. Pretty incomplete. But enough to show that, like, cool, there's a big, cool sauropod dinosaur here. Let's see. It is often believed that the Rebbachisaurid Rheosasaurus, named by Jose Bonaparte in 1996, is synonymous with Rebbachisaurus. Rheosasaurus is extremely similar to Rebbachisaurus, and there is some debate as to whether Rheosasaurus is indeed a separate genus. So how could this be? How could a dinosaur from Argentina potentially be the same as one from Morocco? Well, well, well. It gets into what we were talking about yesterday with continental drift. Let's go back to 90 million years ago, and this is what our Earth looked like. Africa and South America were much closer together than they are today. And if at times sea level had dropped and there was a land bridge between them right there, then you could get dinosaurs moving from South America up into Africa and vice versa. We do see this in other kinds of dinosaur, like Giganotosaurus. Right here is very, very similar. Some would say nearly identical to Carcharodontosaurus. Right here. Carcharodontosaurus from Morocco and from Egypt. Giganotosaurus from Argentina. We see this again and again. We've got multiple groups of dinosaurs that are very similar in both of those places. So yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. And Axeman says, I assume the water levels in that globe are only very approximate? Yeah, basically. And they would fluctuate over millions of years. So this is set to 90 million years ago. But, you know, when you're going back 90 million years in time, there's a lot of approximations that need to be made. And at times there would have been land connections between these, or even shallow enough water crossings, close enough that big sauropod dinosaurs could probably make a short sea crossing there. You know, crossing the ocean in much the same way that, like, elephants got to Catalina Island from the mainland of California. Big animals like that are generally pretty good at traveling long distances, even if it's, you know, a few miles of swimming through the ocean. But yeah. How long do you think it took them to migrate? More than several hours, Gary and Kellis. Probably a long time. It's a long distance. If indeed they were migrating. This is the idea, is that Rebbachisaurus and Rheosasaurus, right here, might be the same animal. This is also not known from very much material. We were talking about this earlier. Most dinosaurs that have been named are based on very scrappy material. But, I don't know, for anybody who's really new to this channel, I don't want to mislead you. Most of the dinosaurs that you know about, Tyrannosaurus, Triceratops, Stegosaurus, Velociraptor, all of these are animals that are known from multiple complete skeletons. But other dinosaurs, Rheosaurus, Rebbachisaurus, Vectoraptor, Elamgasum, etc. Many of these dinosaurs, which are more obscure, which paleontologists talk about, dinosaur specialists will talk about these, they're generally unknown to the general public. Those animals are known from very, very little material. And that's the majority of dinosaurs are not very well known to the general public. There are literally... There are literally thousands of dinosaur genera that have been named. I mean, take a look. This is just the A's right here. There's the B's. There's the C's. Lots and lots and lots of different dinosaur genera have been named. And most of these are known from very, very incomplete material, to the point where they're essentially just scraps. And they might be considered dubious genera. So yeah. Here. Should we start again from the beginning? Let's go down to the bottom and go up. There's the references there. There we go. Lots and lots and lots of different dinosaur genera have been named. Many of these are not going to be valid. Maybe the majority of these. Maybe the vast majority of these. But there are a lot. I hope that much is clear. And Has a New Bookshelf says, do you believe there are real chances marine dinosaurs exist? Oh, yeah. I just saw some this morning. Has a New Bookshelf? Yeah. And Q for the shortest category? Q or W are both really short, Gary and Kellis. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs there. There's the E's, the D's, the C's, and we're back where we were. So yeah. But yes, Has a New Bookshelf. I saw some marine dinosaurs just this morning. Near my apartment. And, they look like this. Yeah, that's a double-crested cormorant right there. These are marine. There's lots of other modern marine dinosaurs. The brown pelican is a beautiful example of a marine dinosaur. And penguins also are marine dinosaurs. There are many, many species. Birds are living dinosaurs, as we'll talk about in a little bit for Thursday Birdsday. But, I think what you're thinking about, if I may presume here, New Bookshelf, you're thinking about these guys, which are what we call Mesozoic marine reptiles. Not a single one of these is a dinosaur. Plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, marine crocodiles, ichthyosaurs, thalattosaurs, placodonts, and sea turtles, none of these are dinosaurs. These belong to other branches on the reptile family tree, and they're not dinosaurs. the only marine dinosaurs from the age of dinosaurs were critters like this. Hesperornis was a bird that lived, like, entirely in the sea, as far as we can tell. Crunky Brewster, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Well, not entirely in the sea. Well, they would have had to come up on land to lay their eggs. So we know they were at least capable of hauling themselves up onto the beach for that. But, yeah. So the only marine dinosaurs of the Mesozoic era are, yeah, critters like this.
A real mean
And
kid.
thank you, Ungoy1, for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome, welcome.
He was the terror of his neighborhood.
It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for clicking that follow button. There we go.
By day, the prehistoric ocean provides opportunities for a very different type of hunter.
Yeah.
In the warm, shallow seas of North America, fish numbers can almost match the nocturnal lanternfish shoal.
Yeah, check this out. There's those Hesperornis. These are dinosaurs, because they're birds, and birds are dinosaurs.
For 6-foot-long Hesperornis.
Yeah. Pretty cool. So that's an almost 2-meter-long bird. It's a big critter.
Hesperornis may be unable to fly, but it's superbly adapted for ocean life.
Yeah. Pretty cool. So it's kind of like a modern-day loon, kicking its feet out to the sides like that. Good stuff. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. So yeah, once again, these critters right here are not dinosaurs. They are Mesozoic marine reptiles. And they're all very much extinct. As much as I would love for these critters to still be around today, there's really not any chance at all. Partly because their fossil record just completely blinks out at the end of the Mesozoic era. When the asteroid hits, the last of the Mesozoic marine reptiles bought the farm. Except for sea turtles and some species of marine crocodile. But the marine crocodiles have since gone extinct too. Now we've just got sea turtles, and sea snakes are kind of a new arrival on the scene. They're a new kind of marine reptile. And then you've got marine iguanas also on the Galapagos. And, you know, we could talk about whether or not to consider them marine reptiles, but yeah. Yeah. Maybe they're on their way to becoming fully marine. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. And yeah, they are sneezy lizards, Claire Frere. Marine iguanas are super cool. Anyway, we were talking about Rebbachisaurus. Rebbachisaurus is one of those dinosaurs that we really need more material from. We don't really know what it looked like. Like, is it related to Dicraeosaurus? It seems to be like maybe a descendant of dinosaurs kind of like Diplodocus. But it's, that's really funny. You can get a Rebbachisaurus mural from the Home Depot, of all places. Wow, I would have loved that when I was a kid. Yeah, shoot. So yeah, not a great deal to say about Rebbachisaurus, except it helps illustrate that so many of these dinosaurs that we know about, and sometimes whole dinosaur groups like Rebbachisaurs, are not known from very much material. So we need more fossils, and we need more paleontologists out there looking for them. Yeah. And Sysis, do you think any winged dinosaurs could float on water? Oh yeah. Yeah, birds are pretty good at floating, Sys, because they're all full of air. Wouldn't need any land to connect and could go place to place as they felt needed, says Sys. I mean, birds famously could travel long distances over water by flying. But other dinosaurs probably, not even just winged dinosaurs, but non-avian dinosaurs, you know, the non-bird dinosaurs. Getting back to Prehistoric Planet, they were probably also very good at swimming too. Here we go. Check this out from Prehistoric Planet once again. Good stuff. We've got lots of lines of evidence that show that dinosaurs were probably fairly excellent swimmers, even if they didn't live in the oceans. No dinosaurs lived in the oceans except for, like, critters like Hesperornis, like I showed you. But could dinosaurs like T-Rex swim? Almost certainly. Probably pretty well.
Skull of Tyrannosaurus rex. Surely the most terrifying hunter that ever existed. These huge teeth are evidence enough of its efficiency as a hunter, and studies of the skull have also shown that it had an acute sense of smell. But what evidence is there that it ever went for a swim?
Ooh.
Once we knew only that they vanished.
Speaking of tyrannosaurs.
Now we know the dinosaurs ruled the land longer than any creature before them or since.
Dumb Moths, thank you for the 23 viewer raid. Welcome, welcome.
Want to know more than that.
It's good to have you here, Dumb Moths. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. We were just talking about whether or not dinosaurs like T-Rex could swim. So I hope you're excited about that question too. Let me know how your stream went. I hope it was really good. Thank you for bringing your viewers over. I really appreciate that. How's everybody doing? And by the way, if anybody's new to the channel, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I study dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature. I dig up dinosaurs, and now I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week here on Twitch. Believe it or not, this is how I make my living as a paleontologist nowadays, is streaming on Twitch, answering your questions, and just kind of hanging out, talking fossil science. So I'm glad you're here. Let me know if you got any questions. You heard there were dinosaurs? You heard correctly. Enter Evil, welcome, welcome. An orthogonal caster, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Gotta go finish this bioinformatics project quickly. You do that, Patrick Pirate. I will see you soon. Good luck with that. Awesome. And Moths is sick with Bovid. I'm sorry to hear that, Lugnudo. Yeah. Bovids, those even-toed ungulates. Gotta watch out for them. Those hoofs can really get you. No, it must be COVID. I'm sorry to hear that, Moths. I hope you feel better soon. You take care of yourself, huh? Yeah. And Riles, he says, so paleontology isn't just dinosaurs? Well, thank you, Inner Evil, for the follow. But, yes, indeed, paleontology is not just dinosaurs. Paleontology is Paleontology is mostly not dinosaurs. Out of all the paleontologists in the world, probably like fewer than 5% of them study dinosaurs. Maybe less. Maybe it's like 2%. Yeah, most paleontologists never work on dinosaurs. I do. I work almost exclusively on dinosaurs, at least so far. But paleontology itself is just the study of fossils. So that can be the preserved remains, the fossilized remains of any organisms. Not even just animals, you know, but also plants, fungi, algae, stromatolites, all kinds of things. That all falls under the umbrella of paleontology. So it's definitely not just dinosaurs. Honestly, in the grand scheme of things, very, very few paleontologists study dinosaurs. And I want to make that very clear. I know I do. I study dinosaurs, but... And I know that's kind of the archetype, is like, oh, paleontologists study dinosaurs, like Ross from Friends. There's a lot of things wrong with with that depiction of paleontology on that show, and that's one of them, is that it's about dinosaurs primarily. Dinosaur paleontologists study dinosaurs. Most other paleontologists do not. Yeah. And Sparky Pugwash says leaf fossils would be interesting. Oh, yeah. There are many, many paleobotanists, which is a kind of paleontologist who studies fossil plants, who focus on leaves. People like Kirk Johnson, the director of the Smithsonian, the National Museum of Natural History. He studies fossil plants. And let me see if I can find you that clip talking about that. We watched this just the other day, so here's a bit of a callback.
Lands of Montana and North Dakota have attracted fossil hunters intent on solving the mystery of dinosaur extinction.
Yep. And how do you do that? Well, one way is by looking at fossil plants, actually. So they're not looking for dinosaurs here.
Dinosaurs are sexy, there's no question about that, but they're quite rare, and they're a lot of work. Fossil leaves tell you a real different story. They give you the context. I mean, if you look at the world today, it's a green planet, and plants cover the surface of the Earth. Plants are living in environments and responding to them, so you can learn quite a bit from the world from looking at the plants. Not only that, but since plants are common on the landscape, they're common as fossils. And we've done counts in modern forests and found that you get, for instance, in a single forest, there are 10 million leaves produced per acre per year.
Yep.
So looking at the fossil plants really gives you a window into the late Cretaceous world
leaf.
that is more informative than just looking at the animals.
Yep. There you go. So there are paleontologists who study all different aspects of ancient environments. And that's just one example right there. Yeah. But Medler says, as a kid, Ellie Sattler made me want to be a paleobotanist. I can relate to that, Bat Medler. Yeah. So yeah. Good stuff. And we found quite a few plants in Wyoming this past summer, right? Says Lenina. Yeah, they weren't beautiful like this, but yeah, we had a few fossil plants for sure. Yeah. And Has a New Bookshelf says, what if there are only a few parts of the species above sea level and most fossils remain undiscovered, including most species under sea level? No, that is the case. Has a New Bookshelf, yeah. The remains of, like, pelagic, meaning, like, open ocean species, you know, like all of different oceanic fishes and stuff like that from a long, long time ago, many of those fossils might never, ever, ever be found because they're all underwater. Going back to our ancient Earth globe here, let's go back to, say, 90 million years ago, when sea levels were really high. Today, we can find the remains of ocean organisms, things like plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, sea turtles, ammonites, Hesperornis, like we were talking about earlier, that ocean-going bird. We find them in places like Kansas and Nebraska and the Dakotas, because these used to be underwater, and nowadays they're dry land where you can go out and prospect for fossils. You can dig up fossils, like you see in this clip. But think about all of these billions, trillions of animals that lived their lives and died way out here in the middle of the ocean. Their bodies settled to the seafloor. Occasionally they were fossilized. Those fossils will probably never be found because it's really difficult to find fossils underwater, verging on, like, impossible, especially in the very, very deep sea. So yeah. Think about all of the untold numbers of species of fish and invertebrates and other, you know, sea creatures.
Wow, it's not the dinosaur we knew. Just look at that thing. It's not going to be friendly.
It's harrowing to think about. Nightshades Glow, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. It's good to see you. So yeah. And do divers ever bring up fossils? It is only in a few select places, Smay. We were actually talking about that just the other day when we were talking about terror birds. Let's see. Was it here? Killer Birds episode? I think it was. Yeah. There we go.
Through a sinkhole where the remains of dead animals were trapped and eventually fossilized.
So the thing about fossils you find, that divers find, they tend to be very recent.
It was a gold mine. He would find the solution to the wingbone mystery underwater.
Yep. So these are fossils that are only like 1 million years old.
Exotic and fascinating standpoints of my research because, in fact, here I am underwater trying to excavate and take good data. What I've devised is a dredge system where I'm actually vacuuming up a riverbed in north central Florida, producing many thousands.
So the only time that I've ever, heard about people excavating fossils through scuba diving was in places like Florida.
The work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Hanzik, thank you for that applause and thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah.
Fossils for my own and other research. You're in a completely different environment, and it's very alluring. Sometimes you actually lose track of time while you're collecting these important bone beds, and you're looking for more and more fossils. You sometimes, in fact, put out of your mind other things that are swimming right around you. In fact, we've had one diver come in contact with an alligator.
So this is, you don't really, if you're a scuba diver and you want to find fossils, go to Florida and check out some rivers and make sure that you get permission to do that, obviously. Make sure that you've got permits in place if you're on public land and all that good stuff. But yeah, you're not really going to find fossils out in the ocean. Does that make sense? Yeah, and watch for gators. There you go, Murph. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. Anyway, where were we? Yeah, we were talking about Rabachisaurus and Rheosaurus. Oh, and we were talking about dinosaurs swimming. Let's watch this clip first.
The sight of a Tyrannosaurus rex swimming with his young may seem surprising. But like all of the dinosaur behavior in prehistoric planet, this is backed up by some remarkable science. These mostly land-living predators were massive, 13 meters long and tipping the scales at around 10 tons. Not perhaps an obvious candidate to be a swimmer.
T-Rex is part of a group of dinosaurs called the theropods. That's the predatory dinosaurs. And one of the key features of this group of dinosaurs is they had large, very muscular bird-like hind limbs, which were mostly built for walking and running.
But such legs would also be effective in swimming.
Very effective in swimming.
A powerful kicking motion would have allowed theropods like T-Rex to cross large bodies of water. And in the fossil record, there is direct evidence for exactly this.
Yep. Pretty cool.
Marks known as swim traces, created when the claws of two-legged dinosaurs like T-Rex scraped sediment on the bottom of lakes, rivers, and the seabed as they swam.
This is so cool that we actually have hard evidence of this. Direct behavioral evidence shows that these animals were not only capable of swimming, but it happened often enough where we can find this kind of evidence, and it's not incredibly rare. Isn't that neat?
Further evidence
and welcome, Laylee. Good to have you here.
Rex could swim has been found within its fossilized skeleton. Using a CT scanner, scientists found that many theropod bones have a hollow structure that would have helped their massive bodies to float.
Yep. We call that
On the basis of this
pneumaticity.
evidence, we think that
They're all
T-Rex
full of
would
air.
have been an excellent swimmer and that it would have used this behaviour to expand its feeding opportunities.
To dispel any doubt that such a large animal would take to the water, you need only look at the animal kingdom today.
Yep.
Where some of the heaviest regularly go swimming.
Yeah.
And that's true for some of T-Rex's modern relatives.
In the modern world,
like birds.
animals that are most similar to T-Rex in general body shape are giant flightless birds like ostriches and emus. And perhaps surprisingly, these animals are really good swimmers. There are places where these birds make sea crossings, sometimes of several miles, so they can reach offshore islands and find new sources of food.
Hey, Delta Rain, welcome, welcome. Yeah, the cassowary there.
But 66 million years ago, venturing into coastal waters would not have been without risk, even for T-Rex.
Yeah, because you had big non-dinosaur predators, the creatures that actually ruled this environment, like mosasaurs. Yeah.
Mosasaurs hunted beneath these waves. And young tyrannosaurs particularly would have been a valuable meal for
Yeah, watch Prehistoric Planet if you want to find out what happens there. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. I hope that makes some sense and clears some things up. Yeah. And orcas feed on mice. Yeah, it happens, Ornis. It happens. Yeah. Good stuff. Now, Rebbachisaurus, we're done with that. Who was next for our dinosaur deep dives here? We had... Let's see... should we do Pachycephalosaurus real quick? Let's do Pachycephalosaurus real quick, I guess. Yeah. Oh, but first, Seiss says, little guy has pneumonia. I'm sorry to hear that. But he is still here and wants to know how you became a paleontologist. Well... I can give you a really quick summary of that. So when I was a little guy myself, I was really interested in dinosaurs. And I kind of realized that that's what I wanted to do when I grew up. I wanted to study dinosaurs. So later on, when I got a little older, when I was in high school, I started working at the Museum of Paleontology. So a fossil museum near where I lived. Here's some pictures. There's me helping fix a T-Rex hand when I was in high school. And then after that, after I worked at that museum, because I met some cool people there, they told me, I met some of the paleontologists there, and they said, Danny, you should go to school in Montana and learn how to study dinosaurs when you're there in Montana. And so I did. So I moved to Bozeman, Montana. And I started working at Museum of the Rockies. That's where you can find this big T-Rex skeleton out front of the museum there. It looks really cool at night. Looks really cool at night. So I started working at this museum, and there at Museum of the Rockies, with that team, I started to go out and dig up dinosaurs in the field. I started discovering new dinosaurs, and yeah, I guess that's the short version of how I became a paleontologist. Yeah. But yeah, step one, realize you can't grow up to be a dinosaur. There you go, Thalo, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. And Dino Wolf says, where can I get that background? This one here? Just do a Google image search for Museum of the Rockies. In fact, I'll give you a link to that image. There you go. Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, that's funny. When I was... did that Google image search for UCMP, University of California, Museum of Paleontology, and DIVE-A, this came up. We've got some images of Pachycephalosaurus here, which, this dinosaur we're about to do a deep dive on. Let's show another clip from The Lost World Jurassic Park. There we go. This is one that features Pachycephalosaurus. This might be where a lot of people are familiar with this animal from. These fruit flies. It looks kind of small here. They got bigger than this. Anyway, they probably couldn't do that. They probably weren't actively using their head as a weapon for a number of different reasons. But, yeah, Pachycephalosaurus, I like how it's become one of the most famous dinosaurs, and it's because it was discovered pretty early on, and it was pretty unusual. Like Tyrannosaurus and Rabachisaurus, Pachycephalosaurus is one of those dinosaurs who gave its name to a whole family, what we now call the Pachycephalosaurs. So there is a whole family of dinosaurs. The Pachycephalosauridae. There's Pachycephalosaurus there in the middle with the stripes. We don't know if they had stripes. This is just an artistic interpretation. But Pachycephalosaurus is the last and the biggest of the Pachycephalosaurs. But there's lots and lots of... Well, not lots and lots. There's a few other genera. The thing is, these dinosaurs are really only around for the end of the Cretaceous period. They're one of the last non-bird dinosaur groups to evolve. So there's not that many of them. They never had the chance to really become super diverse or super common. But I have a skull of a Pachycephalosaur here. Not Pachycephalosaurus, but a Pachycephalosaur stegosaurus. It's right there. So let me grab that for you. Hang on just a sec. There we go. So the thing about Pachycephalosaurs is I've got this this really crazy dome on their skull. Like that. Really, really thick dome. You might look at this and go, wow, this animal must have been incredibly intelligent because look how big its brain must have been. They didn't actually have very big brains. That's just bone there. It's like a big bony helmet, but it's just bone. More or less solid bone. It's kind of... It's not hollow, but it's also not solid, like, solidly constructed. It's almost got kind of a... I wouldn't say a honeycomb texture inside, but this is the sort of bone that's not thick and heavy like a bowling ball. It's more... We know that the dome grew really, really fast. And so really fast-growing bone like that often has a lot of little tiny spaces inside if you look at it under the microscope. So even though it looks like it'd be super heavy, it probably wasn't also super heavy. It is a little bit porous, Truckhorn. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah, the brain is also not very big, so... there we go. Big thanks to Larry Whitmer's lab for putting this online. This is that same Stegosaurus skull. Stegosaurus is a small kind of pachycephalosaur. And this shows you that the brain inside is not terribly big. So that dome right there, this big, thick, bony dome, is just that. It's bone right there. The brain is underneath it. Right there. Does that make sense? And then there's the sinuses in the front. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? So when we find pachycephalosaurs, there have been, I don't know, probably like 30 of these animals named so far. And they're mostly known just from skull domes. Usually, this is the part that we find. Usually we just find the thickest and most resilient part of the skull, the dome. So there are probably half the pachycephalosaurs that have been named are named just based on that. Yeah, Pachycephalosauria. So yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Yeah, so there's about 20 or 30 that have been named. And yeah. Most of these are known just from usually one skull dome or something like that. We had a brand new one that was just named at the beginning of the year. And that one was... what was it called? I always forget the name. Here. Hell Creek Formation. Faunal list here. Here, let's see. Dinosaurs. Paleobiota, the Hell Creek Formation. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. So we'll go down to our dinosaurs, and I'll find you that new Pachycephalosaur that was just named this year. Platytholus. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, it's also probably very similar to Stegosaurus. Might actually have been a direct descendant of Stegosaurus. Maybe Stegosaurus evolved into this animal, Platytholus. But you'll see it's got a dome that kind of just goes... zzz. It just curves kind of straight down to the end of the snout. That's different from what we see in Pachycephalosaurus. I should really print a Pachycephalosaurus skull if I can get my hands on those files. But, yeah, there is a Pachycephalosaurus skull. It's got all kinds of bumps and knobs and stuff. And I think one of the most interesting things about Pachycephalosaurus is... let's see, open that in a new tab. And one of the most interesting things about this animal is what we can tell about its ontogeny. So, here, let's go back to this video with Jack Horner again.
Take really good care of them. They put them in foam little...
Here we go. We were talking about how, this has been a theme today, how dinosaur paleontologists really like to name new dinosaurs. It's always exciting when you can say that you've named a new dinosaur.
Again. I mean, if they had just taken Peter Dodson's work and gone on with that, then we would have a lot less dinosaurs than we have. But scientists have egos. They like to name things. And so they went on naming dinosaurs because they were different.
Yep.
Now, we have a way of actually testing to see whether a dinosaur or any animal is a young one or an older one. And that's by actually cutting into their bones.
And the coin chick, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
Is hard to do, as you can imagine, because museums, bones are precious, right? You go into a museum and they take really good care of them. They put them in foam little containers, and I mean, they're very well taken care of. They don't like it if you come in and want to saw them open and look inside.
This is true.
So they don't normally let you do that.
It's building to something, I promise.
I have a museum, and I collect dinosaurs, and I can saw mine open, so that's what I do. So, if you cut open a little dinosaur, it's very spongy inside, like A. And if you cut into an older dinosaur, it's very massive. It's very, I mean, you can tell it's mature bone, so it's real easy to tell them apart. So, what I want to do is show you these. In North America, in the northern plains of the United States and the southern plains of Alberta and Saskatchewan, there's this unit of rock called the Hell Creek Formation.
This is where Pachycephalosaurus is from.
Dinosaurs that lived on Earth.
There's Pachycephalosaurus.
And there are 12 of them that everyone recognizes. I mean, there are 12 primary dinosaurs that went extinct. And so we will
nowadays there's a bit more and a bit fewer.
That's sort of what I've been doing. So
it's complicated.
My students, my staff, we've been cutting them open. Now, as you can imagine, cutting open a leg bone is one thing, but when you go to a museum and say, you don't mind if I cut open your...
You recognize it immediately? Nice.
Do you?
Yeah.
They say, go away. So, here are 12 dinosaurs, and we want to look at these three first.
Yeah, that's why I'm showing you this video.
Dinosaurs that are called pachycephalosaurs, and everybody knows that these three animals were related, and the assumption is that they're related, you know, like cousins or whatever, but no one ever considered that they might be more closely related.
Yep.
In other words, people looked at them and they saw the differences. And you all know that if you are going to determine whether you're related to your brother or your sister, you can't do it by looking at differences, right? You can only determine relatedness by looking for similarities. So people were looking at these and they were talking about how different they are. Pachycephalosaurus has a big thick dome on its head, and it's got some little bumps on the backs of its head. And it's got a bunch of gnarly things on the front of its nose. And then Stygimoloch, another dinosaur, from the same age, lived at the same time, has spikes sticking out the back of its head.
There's those
it's
spikes.
Got a little tiny dome.
Little tiny dome.
A bunch of gnarly stuff on its nose.
Stuff on its nose.
And then there's this thing called Dracorex, Hogwarts eye.
Yeah, this guy here.
That's where that came from. Dragon. So, here's a dinosaur that has spikes sticking out of its head, no dome.
Yep. No dome.
And gnarly stuff on its nose.
Yep.
Nobody noticed the gnarly stuff sort of looked alike, but they did look at these three and they said, these are three different dinosaurs, and Dracorex is probably the most primitive of them, and the other one is more primitive than the other. It's unclear to me how they actually sorted these three of them out. But
so this is the thing that we see again and again in like cladistic analyses, is that if an animal is a juvenile and it gets coded as an adult in a cladistic analysis, it will often come out as the most primitive or the most basal, the closest to the bottom of the family tree. And that's because ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, that old phrase. There's some truth to that. So yeah.
But if you line them up, if you just take those three skulls and just line them up, they line up like this. Dracorex is the littlest one. Stygimoloch is the middle-sized one. Pachycephalosaurus is the largest one, and one would think, that should give me a clue. But it didn't give them a clue. Because, well, we know why. Scientists like to name things. So, if we cut open Dracorex, I cut open our Dracorex, And look at it, was spongy inside. Really spongy inside. I mean, it is a juvenile and it's growing really fast. So it is going to get bigger. If you cut open Stygimoloch, it is doing the same thing. The dome, that little dome is growing really fast. It's inflating very fast. What's interesting is the spike on the back of the Dracorex was growing very fast as well. The spikes on the back of the Stygimoloch are actually resorbing, which means they're getting smaller as that dome is getting bigger. And if we look at Pachycephalosaurus, Pachycephalosaurus has a solid dome, and its little bumps on the back of its head were also resorbing. So just with these three dinosaurs, you can easily, as a scientist, we can easily hypothesize that it is just a growth series of the same animal.
So we think Dracorex is the juvenile, Stygimoloch might be the subadult, and then Pachycephalosaurus is the adult. So all three of these animals are probably the same critter. They're not three different dinosaurs. They're probably all the same dinosaur, just at different growth stages. That's the idea here. And since the name Pachycephalosaurus was coined first, I think back in 1940, long time ago, that's the name that we stick with. So Stygimoloch, that's a cool name. Dracorex, that's a cool name too. But according to, like we talked about earlier today, the ICZN, remember we were talking about this? The rules that dictate what we can, like the rules about what we name animals. According to the ICZN rules, according to the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, the first name is the name that gets kept. If it turns out you got to get rid of a name, you keep the oldest name. That's what we call the rule of priority here. And so Pachycephalosaurus is the name that stays.
Which of course means that Stygimoloch and Dracorex are extinct.
I mean, Pachycephalosaurus is extinct too, but he's making a joke here. Yeah.
Okay. Which, of course, means we have 10 primary dinosaurs to deal with.
So again, if you want to watch this whole video, there is a link for you right there in the chat. So, Pachycephalosaurus, really interesting animal. I could talk about this animal for hours and hours and hours, but we've got other dinosaur deep dives that we got to get to, and then we've got Thursday Birdsday, so I won't dally too long. But, really cool critter, and there's some things about this animal that I can't talk about yet, but a friend of mine studied Pachycephalosaurus for his PhD thesis, and he found some really interesting things out about this animal. And I'll be really excited to share those with you once it finally gets published. I can't talk about it yet. He gave me an invitation to watch his thesis defense, so I got to see this brilliant talk with all of this cool, new, exciting information about Pachycephalosaurus, things that change the way we look at this animal. But I can't share it yet, because it's not been published yet. It still has to be a secret for now. So I'm excited to tell you about it in the future. But I'll leave you with this for Pachycephalosaurus. This is a cool article from National Geographic. Yeah. Vegetarian dinosaur may have actually eaten meat, Skull suggests. There is some evidence that maybe Pachycephalosaurus, when it was younger at like the Dracorex stage, may have been like a meat eater. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Yeah, let's see. Where was this?
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Is that true, Miggity Marty? My goodness. Well, thank goodness for that dinosaur. And thank you, Miggity Marty, for the 8 months of support. Really appreciate that, Miggity Marty. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on Twitch through your support. Yeah. So this juvenile Pachycephalosaurus, like all known specimens of its kind, had broad leaf-shaped teeth toward the back of its jaw, suited for shredding rough plant matter, fruits, and seeds. But in the front portion of its jaw, part of the species never found fossilized before. Rilu Twitch, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. This specimen had bared sharp, triangular, blade-like teeth, that look much more like those seen in carnivores such as Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor. It is unclear if the species had these teeth temporarily during its youth, or if they were a permanent fixture for the dinosaur. So the fact that Pachycephalosaurus had these teeth during at least some stage of its development is fascinating. Steve Rusati says, I've studied carnivorous theropods for 15 years. Pretty sure if you handed me a tooth like that, I would say it's the theropod tooth, he says. It had the combination of a beak with these very sharp, steak knife-like serrated teeth. They must have been eating some kind of meat. Why else would you have steak knives at the front of your mouth? So, yeah, Discovery is presented by Mark Goodwin. I just saw Mark on Tuesday at UCMP in Berkeley. Yeah. So Mark Goodwin actually published the paper that claims that Dracorex and Stygimoloch are actually juvenile forms of Pachycephalosaurus. So that was his work there. And then at the end of the article, here we go. It says, most scientists like to place dinosaurs into neat categories, says Danny Anduza. Who's that? Of the University of California Museum of Paleontology, who has himself helped excavate several Pachycephalosaurus fossils. What makes this study so exciting is that the authors use new evidence to challenge some of these assumptions. He says this work also highlights the importance of continued fieldwork. Even after all these years of collecting, the discovery of just one new specimen can change the way we look at a dinosaur group. I think that's pretty inspiring. It's a reminder to get out to the field as often as possible. Always look over the next hill. So yeah, Pachycephalosaurus. An interesting animal, and we are still learning new things about it. Our perception of this creature will continue to change over the next few years as new papers are published. This is cool stuff. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Again, there is a link to that Nat Geo article there. So Pachycephalosaurus, a cool critter, and I should print one of these once I get the printer up and running again. Does anybody actually have a decent Pachycephalosaurus skull model? Maybe this one? 15 pounds? Oh boy, okay. It's an exact replica of the original skull that can be printed at your convenience. Oh boy. Let me save that link. I will be printing this at some point in the future once I get the 3D printer up and running again, because right now it is broken. Pachy skull. There we go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Chihuahua Mama. Like. Yeah. And like, you know, the cable got frayed for the thermistor. And so I've got a replacement thermistor cable. Hopefully that does the trick. But I haven't had a chance to try and put it in yet. After thousands upon thousands of hours of 3D printing, the cable finally frayed to the point where it's giving me heated bed temperature errors. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Sice says, what dinosaur is most related to birds? I mean, birds are, Sice. Birds literally are dinosaurs. So birds are the most bird-like of the dinosaurs. But apart from that, we're still trying to figure out what is the bird that actually led to, or what is the dinosaur species that birds evolved from. We might never know which individual species of dinosaur gave rise to all the birds, but it would be something probably pretty similar to to Archaeopteryx. Here's a really nice reconstruction of that animal there. Yeah. Archaeopteryx. Beautiful critter. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. The thing is, you know, we'll be talking about this a bunch this month, November. November is Birds or Dinosaurs month here on Paleontologizing, because we've got Thanksgiving coming up. So let me pull up the turkey command there. We'll be talking all about how your Thanksgiving turkey, or your Christmas goose, or your Boxing Day budgie, or your New Year's Day emu, or whatever birds you people eat. I don't know. I don't really eat birds. If you happen to be dissecting a bird carcass on any holiday coming up, that is a dinosaur. And you can see that in its very skeleton. And I made an infographic a couple years ago to help explain this concept. And here it is right here. Your turkey is a dinosaur. That's not a joke. It is true. And you can see that in its very skeleton, and this diagram can help you decipher that. So, yeah. So turkey part dinosaur? No, turkey all dinosaurs, Ice. A turkey is 100% truly and fully a dinosaur. And so is a chicken there. Miggity Marty, thank you for those 5 gift subs. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. That is excellent.
Marty really wants ukulele with those 5 gift subs.
Well, maybe we will have ukulele on Friday. Tomorrow, if we manage to get to our sub goal. We're on our way. I mean, check that out. 108 out of 175. Not bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Miggity Marty. There's 5 people in chat. I'm sure over the moon right now. They don't have to worry about ads at all until December now. Fantastic. Thank you. And Sice says, so all birds are dinosaurs? Like every bird? Yes. Every single bird. From the tiniest hummingbird to the largest albatross. From the ostrich to the chickadee, all birds are living dinosaurs. Birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. All birds evolved from a single dinosaur ancestor. So there was some ancestral dinosaur species that all birds came from. We don't have fossils of that species yet, but we can tell based on the skeleton of birds, among many other things. Birds have all of these features that today are totally unique among vertebrate animals. You know, their hinge-like ankle joint, the structure of their wrist, that like S-shaped curve to their neck, their hollow bones, their respiratory system, their feathers, even their wishbone. These things are all present in Mesozoic dinosaurs like Velociraptor. Velociraptor had every single one of those features, and more. It's very clear today that birds are living dinosaurs. But the exact details of which dinosaur in particular they evolved from, that's still opaque to us. We still don't understand that, because we need better fossils from the Jurassic in particular. But we think birds evolved from some kind of Deinonychosaur. Some kind of little, probably something between a dromaeosaur and a troodontid. Maybe something similar to, what's he called? Anchiornis. Anchiornis seems to be very, very close to the origin of birds. This little critter here. This is another one of those dinosaurs where you always see it colored the same way, because we actually have preserved feathers of this animal, and we can determine what color those feathers were based on the preserved color cells in them, which is super cool. Yeah, this is little Anchiornis. An extraordinarily bird-like dinosaur. It's pretty close to the origin of birds, but just a little bit too late, probably, to actually be the ancestor of birds. Yeah, it's from the late Jurassic, about 160 million years ago. Slightly too late to actually be the bird ancestor. And, And I'm Girl Fake Ack. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. So yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Anchiornis is probably pretty close to the ancestor of all the birds. And well, is it time already for Thursday Birdsday? We did some dinosaur deep dives. We didn't get to all of them today. But shoot, I'm already almost 3 hours into the stream. Maybe we'll do Thursday Birdsday and then we'll do some more dinosaur deep dives if we've got time. What do you think about that? Yeah, let's get into it. I don't have my Thursday Birdsday theme song is not finished yet. So let me do another little just quick video. Actually, you know what? In honor of Thanksgiving, let's do that. Yeah. Here, Thanksgiving's coming up. We'll play a little Thanksgiving video as a cold open for Thursday Birdsday. Here. Let's do it.
Tomorrow's Thanksgiving.
Turkey and dressing and pie and cake, turkey and turkey.
And fruit salad and whipped cream and cranberries. Gee, I can hardly wait. Me too.
Turkey.
Well, you know, children, we've had a lot of expenses this month, and, well, your father and I thought that...
Turkey.
Well, the truth of the matter is, there just won't be any turkey this year.
No turkey for Thanksgiving?
Oh, I'm going to make a pumpkin pie. We'll have plenty to eat, but, well, we'll just have to get along without turkey.
It won't be Thanksgiving at all.
Even the Pilgrims had a feast. After all, isn't that what Thanksgiving's for? I don't think it's fair.
And it was right there that I came in, right in the thick of it. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Paul.
Oh, Mother, Dick, Susan. Well, what's been going on around here? What's the matter with everybody, anyway?
Mom says we're not going to have any Thanksgiving. No turkey, no good thing.
A fat lot we're going to have to be thankful for.
Oh, I don't think you kids really mean that.
We do, too. We've always had turkey for Thanksgiving.
Yes, and everybody else in the block's going to have it this year, as always.
Yes, we've always had turkey, just as a lot of Americans have had it, and we'll keep on having it. Turkey on Thanksgiving is a great American tradition. But what you kids are saying makes it sound as if the turkey's the only thing we had to be thankful for.
Well, gee whiz, no, Dad. It's not that at all.
Oh, I know, Dick. It's easy to lose sight of what Thanksgiving really means.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurs.
Thanksgiving will never be the same.
You may think that this is a turkey. This is a dinosaur. Deinonychus has a thigh just like that. A dinosaur hand. No other animal, extinct or living besides birds and dinosaurs, have this wraparound ankle bone. So from shoulder to hip to knee to ankle, a turkey is a dinosaur.
Birds are dinosaurs. Birds are living dinosaurs. We actually classify them as dinosaurs. We now call them non-avian dinosaurs and avian dinosaurs. So the non-avian dinosaurs are the big clunky ones that went extinct. Avian dinosaurs are our modern birds. You can't argue with it because we're the classifiers and we classified it that way.
If a little kid today studies all this in school and they look up in the sky and see a bird and turn to mom and say, you know, that's a dinosaur.
They're right.
They're right.
They're right.
Birds are dinosaurs.
Well. Happy Thursday Birdsday, everyone. Let me explain what Thursday Birdsday is for those of you who might be new around here. I'll clue you in. Once a week, although we didn't do it last week. Last week was crazy busy, and I had too many other things going on with SVP and TwitchCon and everything. Most weeks, on Thursday, we celebrate the idea that birds are living dinosaurs. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went extinct. They are around us everywhere today. There are over 9,000. How many? Over 9,000 species of living dinosaur birds. And I think going about our daily lives, it can be easy to get kind of jaded about stuff. Like, that's an amazing fact that dinosaurs are all around us everywhere. And yet, we forget that. It's easy to lose sight of that in the daily grind. So Thursday, Birdsday is a chance to kind of remember that. And to bask in the wonder of that. So here's how it works. During the week, members of this community will be on the lookout for birds as they're going about their daily lives. If you're going out for a walk, or you're, driving your car to work, you get out, you see a bird. You're walking your dog, you see a bird. You're at the beach and you see a bird. Take a picture of that bird and post it to the Discord. I'm going to go through the Discord now, and we're going to look at these viewer-submitted pictures of birds, and we're going to talk about all of them. This is a way to kind of celebrate how cool that is that dinosaurs are still around in the form of birds. And also, it's a great excuse to get people to go outside and breathe some fresh air and touch some grass and all that good stuff. So without further ado, it's time for Thursday Birdsday. Let's open up the Discord. There we go. And Will62 says, Danny, were the Hesperornithiformes? Were they birds or dinosaurs? Yes, Will. Both. They are birds, and birds are dinosaurs. So, yeah. Alright, here is the Discord. And Thursday, Birdsday. There we go. Dinosaur Dave says, dinosaurs are birds, so this is a bird, right? That's wild. It looks... Is this done with AI or something? This looks just like the prehistoric planet Tyrannosaurus, Dinosaur Dave. That's nuts. There. There. That's uncanny. Suspicious. That's great. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Charcone has got a proper bird for us. They say, does anyone know what this bird is? Sorry, I couldn't get a better pick. It was taken yesterday at a St. Louis park. Ooh, to me, that looks like a cedar waxwing. And I promise I've not looked at any of these yet. I am not that good at keeping up with the Discord, unfortunately. So, yeah. But that, to me, looks like a cedar waxwing. Which are really cool, weird birds. They're weird in that they secrete this kind of waxy substance from the feathers on their wings. Yeah, Green Herring says looks like a cedar waxwing. And Green Herring is usually right about this kind of thing. Let's talk about cedar waxwings a little bit, shall we? And we can talk about the wax on their wings. There's a reason they're called cedar waxwings. Of course, that's just a common name, and common names don't really matter. But, cedar waxwing, wax. Here we go. Let's take a look at this. See if this answers our questions. From All Things Birdie on YouTube. Look at those weird waxy tips.
That the The cedar waxwing is a stunningly beautiful bird. I quickly learned that if I wanted to find them, the best thing to do was to listen. If I was in their vicinity, their thin, high-pitched whistles in trills would give away their location, which was usually high up in the trees. Spotting them always filled me with excitement and delight. Being that they are highly social birds, I discovered that where there was one, others were usually close by.
Yep.
Their
They like to
scientific
hang out in
name
groups.
is Bombycilla sedorum, which loosely translates to...
And you never capitalize the first letter of the species name, so that's an error right there. You should also italicize this, but maybe you can't do italics in whatever editing software she was using. But yeah, this is really the real name of this critter. Birds have also got common names, but like, and birders use those common names, but as scientists, we're like, what? Use the scientific name. That way, it's the same name across different cultures, across different languages. You know, people have got all kinds of different common names for birds and for other critters, and it gets really confusing. Just, I don't know. The scientific names are as a scientist, it's like, that's what really matters. But yeah.
Silk-tailed and of the cedars. They are one of 3 birds in the family Bombycillidae, with the other 2 being the Bohemian waxwing and the Japanese
they're
waxwing.
beautiful.
Both the cedar and Bohemian waxwings inhabit North America. However, the Bohemian waxwing is quite widespread in the northern latitudes of North America
And
Europe,
cool,
and
more
Asia,
bloody.
while the cedar waxwing stays in North and Central America.
African harrier hawk, really? That's
Cedar
nuts.
waxwings are small, sleek, and
Wow.
elegant. They are bigger than a sparrow, but smaller than a robin. Sometimes in cold weather, they puff up their feathers, making themselves look far more fluffy and rotund than they actually are. Their coloring and shading are positively gorgeous, like a Bob Ross painted sky.
Happy little
Sporting a
cedar
floppy
waxwings.
crest, their feathers
Yeah.
are soft shades of brown and gray, giving rise to yellow on their bellies. They have a black mask around their eyes that is trimmed in white, and there is dark shading under the bill. Their backs show a
Here we
similar
go.
color gradient that flows from cinnamon to
I
brown
want to
to
hear about
gray,
their
with
wax
bright
wing
yellow
tips
on
though.
the terminal end of the tail feathers.
Habitat, diet
Juveniles are
fruit,
mostly brown and yellow with a streaky chest and a lighter
nesting.
mask.
All right, this is all very fascinating, but I want to find out. I want her to talk about the those waxy tips on the wings. Oh, maybe it's here.
We also know that the number of sometimes referred to as
Here we go.
a lot of conjecture and not a whole lot of surety. I think that the continual curiosity and the quest to understand is all part of the fun. So on this particular issue, there is a lot of conjecture and not a whole lot of surety. I'll start with what we do know. What we know is that the red waxy tips, which are sometimes referred to as waxy appendages,
almost look like
are made from the
crayon
waxy secretion
tips.
when a new feather is growing out. It's made of a carotenoid pigment known as astaxanthin, which gives them
Okay.
their red coloring. We also know that the number of waxy appendages varies with age.
Interesting.
Juvenile waxwings don't have them. but
Changes in
mature birds do.
ontogeny.
In addition, the older the bird, the more appendages they have. It is also possible that the waxy tips may break off. What we don't know is what their purpose is. While researchers have tried on various theories, thrown them out, then proposed others, the bottom line is that we're just not sure.
And this is wild because these are birds that exist right now. They're flying around. We can spot them. I mean, shoot, Charcone took a picture of one just this past week. Or maybe it was last week, but you know, same difference. They're around right now. We can study them in the wild and in the laboratory. You can dissect a cedar waxwing and try and figure out its anatomy and try and figure out what those waxy wingtips, what's going on with those. And there's still controversy, mystery about this. We don't know what is going on there. This is an animal around today. So for those of us who study fossil organisms, I mean, shoot, it's almost kind of discouraging. It's like, what hope do we have of ever really understanding these animals if we can't even find a complete skeleton of most of them. But, I don't know. I think in a lot of ways that's even more intriguing. If there's that many more mysteries, then there's that much more work left to be done. And big discoveries can come from even sometimes relatively minor finds. So, you know, I think that's kind of exciting in a way. But even in our modern world, with critters like this, there's still so much left to be learned, and that's also very exciting.
One study I read suggests that birds with more waxy appendages nest earlier and raise more young.
Huh.
But if nothing else, the current consensus is that the waxy tips are indicators of the bird's age and maturity, and that it may assist in attracting a mate.
Very interesting, because it seems like we were talking about Pachycephalosaurus earlier, and that dome growing and growing, that may have been the same thing. Like an ontogenetic indicator. Like, look at me, I'm mature, and I'm showing you my age by the height of my dome. And that might have some sort of a... It might have some sort of a level of importance for the sociality of these animals. Cedar waxwings are also very social birds. Remember how they almost always show up in groups? You never see, like, a lone cedar waxwing. It might have been the same with Pachycephalosaurs, where... you know, that dome is an indicator of maturity, and that has something to do with their social hierarchy or something like that. It's wild that we still don't know what this means in these modern birds. So, I don't know. In some sense, it makes me feel a little bit better that we don't understand this for dinosaurs completely.
Indicators of the bird's age and maturity, and that it may assist in attracting a mate. The finer details, however, are still fuzzy and in need of further research. While cedar waxwings can be found in a variety of habitats, the most important...
Yeah, anyway, cool stuff. I'll give you a link so you can watch the rest of this video if you would like to. But yeah, really cool birds. Really, really cool birds. And lovely reminder that there's still so much out there left to be discovered. Even among well-known creatures that members of this community photograph out in the park. Pretty cool. That's still a mystery. And Chris TS, I mean, that, yeah. That's a good way to think about it, I guess, Chris TS. Good way to kind of frame your thoughts. Trek Nerd says, noticed a northern flicker posted earlier. Here's a regular at my feeder. There are often two at the same time. Very cool. They might be a mated pair. Northern flickers, very cool birds. They're really neat. I would see them all the time in Montana. Very nice, Trek Nerd. Thanks for posting that. And they are lovely birds. Yes, indeed. I love these exchanges here. And Charlie's Dragon has got a goldfinch here, looks like. Oh, no. A great tit. Okay. The cat made sure I could participate in Thursday Birdsday by bringing in a great tit. Luckily, she had been gentle with it and it flew off when I had it back outside. That is good to hear, Charlie's Dragon. Oh. Yeah, these are really cool birds. And first of all, everybody, let's be mature when we're talking about these birds, okay? I know it's got a name and it sounds... you know, funny, but let's be grown up about this, please. Great tits are really interesting birds, and they're at least partly carnivorous. Yeah. This is pretty cool. So the same kind of bird, great tit. Great tits found hunting bats for food. Once again, dinosaurs preying upon mammals. Oh, boy. In British gardens, they are welcome visitors, stopping off to sing and snack on the caterpillars. But in a remote cave in Hungary, they are exhibiting some unusual behavior. Their great tits have turned into predators who search out and eat roosting bats. They eat bats while the bats are sleeping. all cozy in their caves or crevices. These birds come in and they're like, hey, I'm going to eat you. Holy cow. Yeah, this would have been a good story for before Halloween, huh? There, Claire Burr. Yeah. Scarcity of normal dietary staples is believed to have led the birds to prey on the creatures the first time the extraordinary behavior has been seen. Researchers staked out the cave and spent 22 days observing over 2 winters. On hearing the bat calls, the birds flew slowly along the roof of the cliff where the bats were nestled. The birds were recorded killing bats 16 times. We found several carcasses, and one was in what I would call a terminal state, said Stoke, one of the researchers. A great tit had pecked away all of the muscle, fat, and intestines, and even the brain. All that was left was the skin and bones. This is the first time that these birds have been seen capturing and eating bats. The researchers found that when offered sunflower seeds and bacon scraps, the tits stopped flying into the cave. So I guess they're there because they're just really hungry. Then bats are an easy source of food for them. You know, not sitting ducks, but sitting chiropterans, sitting bats. A report on this behavior appears today in the Royal Society Journal Biology Letters. Interesting stuff. And here is a link to the article. Yeah. So yeah. Pretty wild. But it does go to show that, like, sometimes behavior and diet can be pretty, what we call plastic. It can change a lot. And creatures like birds. So great tits are probably considered dietary generalists, I would imagine. Let's look them up. It's a passerine bird. There we go. In the family Paridae. Widespread and common species throughout Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, and east into the Palearctic to the Amur River, and south to parts of North Africa. Holy cow, they're really widespread. Yeah. Huh. Taxonomy, subspecies, description, voice, behavior, diet, and feeding. They are primarily insectivorous, eating insects in the summer. Insects and spiders. Where they capture by foliage gleaning. So they just pluck them from leaves, I guess. Huh. But during the breeding season, they prefer protein-rich caterpillars to feed their young. Yeah. Let's see. In England, great tits learned to break the foil caps of milk bottles delivered to the doorstep of homes to obtain the cream at the top. Oh man, if we can find a video of that, that would be really cool. These are really clever little animals that can be very opportunistic, apparently. Let's, yeah. Let's see if we can find a video on that. Here we go. Milk thieves? Well, let's talk about it.
Humans who enjoy a drink of milk. People living all over the country are getting up in the mornings and finding their milk bottle tops torn off and some of the milk missing.
Actually, it was the cream, not the milk, that was missing.
It's one of those things that folk of venerable years, such as myself, you know, like to reminisce about. We were around during the milk bottle years.
You would go out the front door and you'd say, those dratted blue tits have been at it again. I can see the little holes in the milk bottle tops. And I hadn't thought about that for years.
In those days, you had a milk bottle was put outside by your friendly milkman who was having an affair with your wife. That was absolutely standard.
Oh, goodness.
And they had these gold top things, these sort of silver paper thing on there. But blue tits and great tits learnt how to peck through them because there was cream on top.
Ah.
Because blue tits and great tits are kind of inquisitive birds that are always poking around and peeling off bits of bark and lifting up leaves, looking for food items. And peeling off the lid of a milk bottle is not that different, really.
That's super cool.
The extraordinary thing, and it is extraordinary, was that behaviour spread right round the country.
Yeah.
This wasn't an
Clever
example
little
of
beasties.
evolution in action, but simply a case of individual birds watching and learning from each other.
Yep. This is culture, is what it is.
Cultural transmission.
There you go. Yeah.
Birds are doing these things all the time. It's just that with the milk bottles, we could see that cultural transmission. The milk bottle thing was like a little window into their world.
Even before the delivery of milk to the doorstep went into decline, the tits stopped pecking at the foil tops because of our changing tastes. As we became more health conscious, we switched to homogenized and skimmed milk, thus removing the cream from the top of the bottle.
Yep. Interesting stuff, right? Holy cow. Is that cool? I'll give you a link to that video also. This is what Thursday Birdsday is all about. You know? Charlie's Dragon's cat brought in a great tit who thankfully survived. Goodness. Thank you for putting on a glove before handling it to Charlie's Dragon. You know what you're doing, and I salute you for that. But there's all these interesting tidbits about these different birds. These birds that are all around us all the time. There are remarkable stories, remarkable facts about them that can help us reconsider how we look at them. It's just adding a little bit of extra wonder, I think, to our everyday lives, and that's really important. So yeah. Anyway, they were concerned about our fat consumption. There you go, Golganek, yeah. Excellent. Well, and Albatross TV, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Albatross, sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Welcome to Thursday Birdsday. It's good to have you here. Let's continue. Yeah. Mayor of Space is another mystery bird from the Detroit Zoo. Who is this? That's not a black-crowned night heron, right? Doesn't look like it. Who might this be? A boat-billed heron. Wild-looking birds. Very cool, green herring. Boat-billed heron for sure, says Paleontologist VA. Nice. Well, let's look these animals up. Boat-billed heron. It's going to turn out these guys are adapted for feeding on boats. No, they're not. They just have a big, broad bill. It kind of reminds me of a shoe bill. They've got a similar kind of, a robust bill to them. Yeah. Pretty weird, cool animal. Here, I gotta look up a video of these guys, too. Boat-billed heron. Well, well, well. I wonder if they're in my herons book. We'll look them up on the Tree of Life real quick first. Boat-billed heron. Maybe there's no hyphen there. No, there is a hyphen. It didn't like the hyphen for some reason. Yeah. But here we go. Boat-billed heron. So they related to the forest bittern and the white-crested tiger heron. That's interesting that bitterns are not a monophyletic group. Huh. Just like, I don't think egrets are necessarily a monophyletic group, are they? Yeah. Anyway, cool critter. Member of the herons and egrets family. Ardiidae, 62 species. This is a group that I've become well familiar with through a current project of mine. But, let's take a look. Ooh, look at him through a spotting scope. Oh, Look at these critters. How cool are they? My goodness. Very nice. Halfway to a shoebill, says Jerry at Rick. I mean, they do kind of look shoebill-like, but they're not closely related. Yeah. During the night, they go through the shallow water, catching amphibians and small fishes. That makes sense with a bill shaped like that. Yeah. And they do have really cool hair feathers there, Claire. I bet you they go woof like that when they're trying to get your attention. What a cool animal. What a cool animal. Ah, I love them. Boat-billed herons. Thank you, Mayor of Space, for posting that. That is pretty neat. And although they look similar to a shoebill, they're not going to be very closely related. So the shoebill is Balaniceps rex. There we go. And they are... Well, I guess they're not that distant. Yeah. But they are most closely related to hammercops and pelicans. Yeah. But they're not super distant from the herons, I suppose. Yeah. Ibises, herons, and more. So all of these birds, the herons, the pelicans, and the shoebills, are all part of Pelicaniformes. So they are part of, I guess, one maybe suborder of birds, or I don't know, ranked groups, doesn't really matter. But yeah. They are all part of one group, one bigger group, which is cool. Yeah. Closer than you thought? Me too, Lovey and Avi. Yeah. Yeah. And Fedorasaur says, seeing these colorful birds really makes me think dinosaurs were very colorful too. They almost certainly were. In fact, every time that we've been able to actually determine what the coloration was of a dinosaur, it's turned out to be like more colorful than you might imagine. So yeah, I think that suspicion that you have is actually backed up by the evidence too, which is cool. Yeah. Anyway, neat stuff. Thank you, Mayor of Space, for posting that. Very cool, and I'm glad we were able to identify it. Really neat. And a medium brown bird dressed as a cat for Halloween, says Murph. Ooh, is that like an eastern screech owl? Who is this? I wonder if anybody else in the chat has figured that out, perhaps. Or maybe not. Anyway, some kind of owl. That might be like an eastern screech owl. Let's look them up. Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it. They're not very big. Yeah. Even when full grown, I guess. I bet you that's what that is. Thank you, Murph, for posting that. That's cool. Yeah. It looks pretty small. It looks smaller than a horned owl to me, Jarrett Rick, but I could be wrong. I don't know my owls all that well. Definitely not an owl expert. You're also thinking horned owl. Well, let's look up horned owl then. Yeah, that looks a lot bigger. Just like the proportions, the head looks smaller on the great horned owl. But it could be a smaller, it could be a younger one. I don't know. But to me, I don't know, those are pretty big ears on it. Ears. I would guess screech owl. I don't know. It is hard to get a sense of the size, but the head looks pretty big compared to the size of the body, but Is that because of how it's perching or what? I would really need more information. Yeah. Santosh says it's a cat after posting a dog emote. Thank you, Santosh. I appreciate your input. And the tree was huge. That's good to know, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know, maybe it is a great horned owl. That is a big tree, now that you say it. Could be a great horned owl. I don't know. I don't know my owls well enough. But thank you for posting, Murph. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Feister says there is a 5-hoot owl and a 7-hoot owl. I've heard both of them when I step out. Uh-oh. Shoot, Feister. Feister, you know what that means? That means there's a 6-hoot owl that you haven't heard yet. Which might mean that it's trying to get you. It's like that classic prank when you release 2 pigs in the dean's office of the college, and you have a big 1 painted on one of the pigs' backs, and then a 3 painted on the other pig's back, and then they spend all day trying to find the second pig. Yeah. Yeah. Not like I ever did that in school. But, yeah, anyway. And sitting out in the open would make a great horn more likely. That makes... I like that inference there, Green Herring. That does...
Ontogeny.
That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. The nth hoot owl problem is explained by ontogeny. It could be, SP. Yeah, maybe the older owls get, the more hoots they give. You know, like that old literacy poster. Yeah. Yeah. Give a hoot, read a book. I think the original is supposed to be give a hoot, don't pollute, but give a hoot, read a book. Also, well, it doesn't really work. I think that's why it's funny. Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue on here. Thank you, Murph, for the owl photo. Nice. Lenina says, I was out for a walk and spotted this mockingbird preening on a power line. Nice. See that long, rigid tail on the mockingbird? See, this is a classic Thursday Birdsday photo right there. You know? Doesn't have to be taken with a telephoto lens from 3 miles away. Doesn't have to be 97 megapixel camera. Just a bird encountered on a power line while out on a walk. Gotta love it, Lenina. That's cool. Thank you also for not killing this mockingbird, because we all know it's a sin to kill a mockingbird. Yeah. And a felony in most jurisdictions. At least it should be. Yeah. And Thing says, put out peanuts to get Blue Jay pictures. All the peanuts were eaten when I wasn't there. So here are the mourning doves who grew up in our front garden this year. Oh, I love mourning doves. We were watching a funny video about mourning doves a while ago on a previous Thursday Birdsday. And they're cool animals. I like them. I like them a lot. Mourning doves are lovely. And if you're not familiar with mourning doves, or if you don't think you're familiar with them, maybe you are. Here, they sound like this. Not like that. That's a different bird. Come on, make your noise. They go, woo, 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 like that. See? Hopefully that wasn't a terrible impression on my part. Yeah, not the happiest sounding call, but pretty nonetheless. Thank you, for posting those. They're I like mourning doves a lot. Yeah. And hilariously terrible nests. I mean, I think doves in general don't make the best nests. But yeah. They don't really need to. But yeah. There's a mourning dove nest. Pigeons often make ridiculously silly looking nests where it's just like 2 plastic straws with an egg on them. Yeah. You know, like this. or like that. Yeah, the whole dove family, Columbidae, they're not known for making the most impressive nests. Or at least that's my impression. Maybe some people who know birds better than I do here in chat could tell us of some columbiformes that make beautiful ornate nests. But I don't know, so far as I know, none of these birds are really nest artisans. Knife Clan, thank you for the 10 months of support.
But no hits so far. Can't wait to fund multiple digs. Salute,
I appreciate that, Knife Clan. I wish you the best of luck in winning the lotto there.
Three historic horrors. What's all this archaic?
I'm waiting for you. Yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. And Leo Archeraf, thank you for the follow too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. Yeah. Are our mourning doves mostly sad? Asked Santosh. Yeah, I don't know. I think they have a range of emotions. But I guess their call was considered to be sad. But they're, like we talked about last time, there are doves where they sound like they're laughing. Yeah, laughing dove. There we go. Gotta love doves. Yeah, quit your laughing. It's not that funny. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. That dove is not mourning, says Spicer. I guess not. I guess not. It's funny how we as human beings, you know, we try and impart our emotions onto the animals that we see around us because it's just kind of how we relate to the world, you know? But yeah. Yeah, good stuff. At the time this was taken, they weren't really afraid of us yet. What do you mean yet? What did you do, thing? Uh-oh. And green herring, well, shoot, we've always got something lovely from green herring, so let's take a look. A couple weeks ago, I posted here about palm warblers and how they bob their tails. I remember that. Well, something interesting happened on Sunday. I was at my local park and got a brief glimpse of a yellow warbler. It would have been easy to write off as just a yellow palm, as it was in a spot where I see them less often. However, there was one problem. This bird was not bobbing its tail. Instantly, my birder sense was tingling, and I started searching for the bird hopping. For the bird, hoping to get a better look. Thank goodness I was able to relocate it, because it was, in fact, a prairie warbler. Wow, wow, wow. Only the second time I've ever seen one. Prairie warbler, pretty exciting. +1 for using behavioral clues to help ID birds. Though I've since learned that prairie warblers will sometimes flick their tails. This is totally different from bobbing, obviously. Interesting stuff. And once again, a brilliant photograph there. Holy cow. Green Herring, you... Undefeated. Undefeated. Look at the level of detail here. Look at that beautiful prairie warbler. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. That is really, really cool. I wonder if we can find a video. Prairie warbler. Quest to find the rare prairie warbler. Well, well, well.
Second time I've ever seen one, so this is a really cool find and an epic way to start the day.
Very cool.
Found staircase number 2, so hopefully that's going to lead us in the right direction.
That's not a warbler.
We left the standing water
That's a
and headed
woodpecker.
toward Lake Michigan. Where water thrush did get black and white warbler, so that's one more to add to the list for the day. But we are going to go to Lake Park, another popular warbler spot, to see if we can add just a few more to our list before calling it a day.
So the thing is, if you're into birds, it's like seeing the world in a different way, and suddenly there's so much more reason to go outside and explore and like try and hear about where do we find these rare birds and stuff. Like you'll hear rumors from people, and it's just, I don't know. I think a lot of people, especially on Twitch, are really keen on kind of like gamifying certain aspects of their life and becoming an enthusiastic bird watcher. It's honestly a great way to do that. It's something that kind of gives you a quest in your everyday life. It's like, what birds can I see today? What birds can I collect on my list? I think that appeals to a lot of people who also enjoy video games. A lot of people like that are here on Twitch. So yeah, it's a real-life Pokemon Go. There you go, Javasaurus. There you go. Gotta catch them all. There you go, Green Herring. Yeah. Yogurt Garrel says, birds changed my life. There you have it. Yogurt Garrel, great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah.
See it calling, and you can still hear it probably in the background, so that was exciting. We'll see if there's anything else around, but so far, at least adding one more species is cool. The pine warbler has a bright yellow throat with a darker yellowish colored head and back. They have gray wings and 2 white wings.
So it's a pine warbler.
These birds are true to their name, as they inhabit pine forests during both their breeding and wintering months.
Huh.
During migration, they may turn up in a variety of places within
Those
their
super
native
thin
range
little legs.
that extends through most of the northeastern United States. In winter, pine warblers reside in much of the southeastern U.S. Like most warblers, pine warblers feed on insects.
And where's our prairie warbler?
Migration is always the most exciting time of the year, and the rare warblers are a big part of that.
Pretty
Thanks for
cool.
watching. We'll see you next time.
Yeah, good stuff. Here is a link to that video. Yeah. Don't stick them in balls. Yeah, do not put birds into Pokeballs. Or Poke anything. Pokebowls. Pokeballs. Pokemans. Just don't do it. Good advice, more bloody. And SB says Bird Buddy is basically Pokemon Go for birds. What is Bird Buddy? Huh. Interesting.
My dad tells me he's seen them all. Hummingbirds, gray catbirds, song sparrows.
A smart bird feeder. Interesting.
Or it didn't happen. He's yet to secure any solid proof of his graceful visitors.
Much like a cryptozoologist.
As he spends his lonesome days waiting for the next opportunity to finally get that perfect photo, even he sometimes begins to doubt himself. Is it possible that the rare birds only chirp to him in his dreams? Surely, his neighbors think so. He doubles, no, triples, heck, he quadruples his efforts. Still, his photos are for the birds. Then, on his birthday, I get him the perfect gift. It's called Bird Buddy. It's
Well,
a
well, well.
smart bird feeder that will notify him of the feathery friends in his backyard.
Huh.
It will capture their photos and organize them in a beautiful collection that is easy for him to view and share with others.
That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat.
See how pretty it is? And just look at
This
my
is a great ad.
father. He's more excited than ever. Now he can rely on Bird Buddy to make the perfect shots he always seemed to miss.
European rabbit is not a rare one.
Or do you have one in your family? Get them Bird Buddy, because everybody could use a buddy. Help us bring Bird Buddy to life by supporting us.
Anyway, so it was a Kickstarter. Apparently it was successful, so good for them. Really cool. So man, if you, yes, if you're interested in that, check it out. But I want to show you something else too that, yeah, that Patrick Pirate brought up. This is something we've talked about before, but if any of you are interested in learning about birds and helping to identify birds, there's a wonderful free app that I cannot recommend highly enough. It's really excellent. Check this out.
Scientific evidence suggests dinosaurs met their extinction through asteroid impact.
True.
Today, if a species goes extinct, chances are we as humans had something to do with it. In this century alone, we've lost animals by sea, like the smooth-hand fish, and by land, like the northern white rhinoceros. And yes, by air, even birds, like the ivory-billed woodpecker, to extinction.
Birds are really important because they're indicators of environmental health. Basically, what's good for birds is good for humans.
Jesse Berry, Program Manager, Cornell Lab of Ornithology.
Birds are really the canaries in the coal mine in a lot of ways. They're helping us understand the health of the planet. Right now, all the indicators are pointing to bird populations are declining. And so that's a really critical warning sign for us right now.
But hope is not lost. Barry and her team at Cornell have given all of humankind a chance at redemption. And it's sitting in the palm of our hands.
There you go.
Literally. Enter the Merlin Bird ID app.
And so, yeah, it's not iNaturalist. iNaturalist, I use Layer T, and I really, really like that app. This is a more kind of like general audience kind of app. Anybody can use this and really get into it. And it's a much more like casual kind of app. The Merlin Bird ID app is really, really excellent. And if anybody is watching right now and they, would like to actually learn what the birds are in their neighborhood, this is maybe the best way to do that. It is really phenomenal.
The idea for this app came from just wanting to help people answer the simple question, what's that bird I'm seeing? Because, you might be outside or you look in the backyard and you're like, hey, what is that? And we wanted Merlin to be able to give, a list of possibilities without having to go back to a field guide where maybe, if you don't even have a bird book, and if you do have a bird book, there's all these choices and you might not even know where to start. So Merlin was all about helping you figure out what's that bird I'm seeing in a quick and simple way.
The app allows users to identify birds by a picture, identify birds by songs and calls, and can create a digital scrapbook of the birds you discover.
I found the technology.
Cool. That must be a new feature.
Useful.
Denver amateur birdie Vicky Miles.
Again, I was really a novice birder when it came to anything outside of my backyard. And being able to narrow down, if you see a small bird with some yellow on it, you can narrow it down to 5 or 6 possibilities and not have to know whether to look for a warbler or look for a vireo or look for a goldfinch. Merlin just puts them right in front of you.
Alabama wildlife photographer Lisa Mote Smith is also an avid user.
Being a wildlife photographer, it's very nice to be able to look up a particular bird so that I can identify that bird on my website when I post my photographs. I absolutely fell in love with it.
And more good news, it's educating scientists on how climate change is affecting the migratory patterns of birds.
The question is really, will species of birds be able to adapt to these changing ecosystems? And some are more adaptable than others. So we're certainly watching very carefully to see how bird populations are doing and trying to understand how climate change is affecting species across their ranges.
It's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah. So iNaturalist is another app that, it is like a citizen science app, SB, yeah. And I would show you a video on that, but I feel like I don't want to get too into the weeds here. But just Google iNaturalist if you want to know about that one, too. That one's cool because it's almost like a social media site at the same time. Where, like, you can compete with your friends to try and find the most species and take the best photos. And those data are actually made available to researchers, too, which is pretty cool. So anyway, yeah. Oscar Juniors is next. So this is part of what is known as Birds and Cars. Some of you remember part 1 from a few Thursday Birdsdays ago. Yeah. This is a starling, I think. Seems so proud of what he just did. I have to confess that I didn't have to go outside to take the picture. It was right outside my window. Nice. And yeah, he pooped on the car right there. Gotta love it. Good work, buddy. Yeah. Making his mark in the world. Well. Burps. Wait, hang on. Sorry, trying to get to where we are. Man, I didn't know Discord was so finicky like this.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And Sylphirian, thank you for those 100 bits.
Great way to film. As a photographer, I enjoyed this video. Can
good.
you provide us the link so I can check the people who made this video?
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Let me grab that real quick. I'm just trying to get to where we jump to present. Okay. But oh goodness, Discord is being a pain in the butt right now. Bird Buddy Kickstarter video. Here is a link to that right there for you. Thank you, Sylphirian. Appreciate those bits. Thank you, thank you. Yeah. Come on, Discord. All right, here we are. Good. There's our mourning doves. And Oscar Juniors. You have no idea what this bird is? Looks to me like a blue jay. Oh, yeah. And it looks like it might be trying to break that nut against this car. What is that, a Subaru right there? I'm guessing Subaru because I've seen Subarus in this kind of grayish-blue color. Bluish-gray color. Looks like a Subaru. Yeah. And Mayor Space says, looks like a Blue Jay to me. I don't know, Mayor Space. I think it's a Subaru. But if you say Blue Jay, maybe you're right. Yeah. No, it's definitely a Blue Jay. Just realized what is happening in that picture. Yeah, it's probably trying to break the nut against the car. Yeah. And Dorky says, went to the pier, fed French fries to the birds. How fancy. French fries. Lovely. That is some kind of little gull. Is that like a herring gull or something smaller? It looks small. Those are beautiful. You gotta love gulls. Gulls are... Oh, it's a petrel. Shoot. Is it, Andy? That's it. Oh, no. It's a petrel. Not even a gull at all? On the Gulf Coast, if that helps. Thank you, Dorkalotl. Great photos. These are lovely. Here, let's take a close look. You know, if you were to use the Merlin Bird ID app, it can help with this kind of thing. No, that's some kind of gull, right? I don't think that's a petrel. Yeah, herring gulls are big. Well, shoot, what are the ones I'm thinking of with the little pink legs? This is not that. This is some kind of other gull. Whatever it is genus Larus is the genus for gulls, and there's so many species. Larus. The gulls. Here's a little gull. Larus minimus. Zoom in on that. Little gull. Larus minutus. Sorry, I said minimus. I meant minutus. But, yep. There's the gulls, 55 species, and then gulls and terns. But yeah, gulls, gulls, gulls. Somebody should make a flashing neon sign where it says gulls, 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 tonight only. I've been streaming for too long. Has anyone done this before? I guess not. Yeah. Gulls, 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 neon sign. This is really like the best for getting. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Anyway, this is some kind of gull, genus Larus. Just don't know which one. Very nice, Dark Apocalypse. I appreciate that. Thanks for posting. Good stuff. Gulls just want to have fun. They do, and they want French fries too. Yeah. What do you call a gull flying over the bay? A bagel. There you go, Javasaurus. Yeah. Train them to steal kids' food. Yeah, kids have enough food. At least here in the States, usually. Well, actually, no, that's not even always the case. That's a sad thought. Anyway, this appears to be something in the dove family, but I'm not sure what, says Thing. I betcha it's a mourning dove. Yeah, it looks to me like another one of those beautiful mourning doves.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. And the Apps is laughing gull. That's interesting. Livianomi. Huh. And yeah, Samurai Pie says the American crow. In fact, the American crow is actually a raven. Is it? I think... Maybe. Yeah, isn't it Corvus brachyrhynchos, I think, is the American crow? And if Corvus... If that is the raven genus, then I guess it would be a crow, huh? Here, let's look them up. Or no, shoot, let's jump from genus Larus to American crow. Yeah, Corvus brachyrhynchos. Well, let's see. I've never thought about it that way before, but maybe the American crow is a type of raven, because it is in genus Corvus. Yeah, the American crow. One of the most widespread and maybe not one of the most numerous birds in the United States, but definitely one of the most widespread. And rooks, ravens, Somali crows, Hawaiian crows. Raven, crow, raven. I don't know. I don't know if raven is actually a monophyletic group. Yeah. I don't know if ravens are a true group like that. They might just be kind of a grab bag term. That's the problem anytime you're dealing with common names. But that's lovely. Crows are some of my favorite birds, Samurai Pie. And I want to take this opportunity to shout out a really cool book. If you like crows, or if you would like to like crows, do I have the book for you? I mean, do I? I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it in time, but I'll just show it to you. Crow Planet by Leanda Lynn Haupt. This is a really, really extraordinary book. Essential wisdom from the urban wilderness. So, Leanda Lynn Haupt is a well-known nature writer, and her books are this lovely kind of mixture of science and kind of like thoughtful meditations on how that affects our daily lives. So in this book, she kind of explores crows and, you know, their place in human culture and in human-built environments, and what that says about them and what that says about us. Excellent book, beautifully written. I can't recommend it highly enough. Really, really good stuff. So, yeah. Anyway. Good stuff. Crows, incredibly intelligent birds. They really are. The New Caledonian crow in particular is famous for its cleverness. So thank you for posting there, Samurai Pie. Alexander Morrison has got boat-tailed grackles. There's one living life with a missing left foot. Seen this boy for the last few years around this town, so he's still kicking, so to speak. Very cool. Background music Lab Practicum is from the video game Half-Life 2. Much like the music, the sight of this bird's situation is initially somber, and yet it's a sign of hope, continuing its struggle to stay alive. Birds like this are remarkably resilient. He's just completely missing that left foot. Wow. You know, we've got... It's interesting, because birds like this we see around today that might have grievous injuries and yet still manage to survive and thrive. We've got fossil evidence of non-bird dinosaurs from the Mesozoic with similar things. You know, dinosaurs like Big Al with his whole host of different injuries. And then there are dinosaur trackways that show, like, you know, certain dinosaurs were walking around and they might be, like, missing a toe or something like that. These are animals that cannot fly. They have to get everywhere by walking, and yet they could still survive and maybe thrive with injuries like that. So that kind of resilience, like you saw here, goes all the way back into the Mesozoic, too. And other dinosaurs apart from birds. Pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Sparky Pugwash says, my grandpa used to feed the pigeons, and one lost its toes and always came to my grandpa for seeds. There you go. Yeah, tough little theropods, Golganek. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Thank you, Alexander Morrison, for posting that. That's lovely. It really is. A truckhorn got to hang out with some mallards while they ate some acorns at the pond. Oh, gotta love that. Yeah. Mallards are fun. They have so much personality. You gotta love them. Very nice, Truckhorn. Very nice. Yeah. Good stuff. Mallards can be very violent with each other. This is true, Mayor Space, yeah. So like us, you know? Not us as a community, I mean human beings in general. Thank you for posting, Truckhorn. Thank you. La Vie and Avi. It's got some colored doves, basically the European equivalent of mourning doves. They made a nest right outside my parents' home. Very cool. This is the day they hatched versus the day before they flew the nest. I love all these videos. This is great. Oh, look at them under there, tucked underneath Mom, or maybe Dad. So, the day they hatched versus the day before they flew the nest. Look at how big they got. This is the interesting thing, is that birds grow really quickly and they reach their full adult size remarkably fast. And this is actually one of the ways that they're different from their non-avian ancestors. Probably because non-bird dinosaurs got so much larger, they took a longer time to grow. Make no mistake, dinosaurs grew really fast. But there's only so fast you can grow when you're reaching the size of a school bus or larger. You know, if you're going to grow to be larger than the largest whale, at least in terms of length, you know, you're not going to do that over the course of a few weeks. It's going to take you years to get that big. And you're probably going to move through different ecological niches as you do that. Different size classes, you're going to be eating different things, living in different environments, probably. That's not the way that birds do it. Birds occupy one ecological niche for their whole life, just like modern-day mammals, too. Where the parents will feed the young until they're big enough to fend for themselves, and then they're in the same niche as their parents. They're doing the same ecological job. Non-avian dinosaurs were different in that regard. They're probably moving through different niches as they grow and mature. So yeah. Birds stay in the featherweight class their whole life. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. I suppose that's true. Yeah. Took them about 3 weeks? Nice. Avi, that's pretty quick. It's pretty quick. I remember in summer of 2012, I think it was. Maybe it was 2011. Maybe it was both. I was staying in a barn when we were working in the Hell Creek Formation with Museum of the Rockies. We were sleeping in a cattle shed every night, which was really nice. It was luxury for us out in the field. To be able to set up your tent in a cattle shed, not have to worry about your tent getting destroyed in a storm or anything. It was nice. But the point is, there was a family of barn swallows, and one summer they raised like 3 broods of young in one summer, which is really, really cool to see. Yeah, same parents, 3 different clutches of eggs, 3 different groups of fledglings that took off, left the nest. And yeah, those are some good parents. 3 broods in one summer. Yeah. Sleep talking in the... Yeah, Mary's... I'll tell that story another time. But yeah. Yeah, that was the same barn there, Mayor's Space. Yep. Anyway, thank you for posting there, Avi. Very nice, very nice. And Risu Degu? Eliza the Southern Hornbill was offering her snacks to everyone. Tony the Tawny Frogmouth, as a new friend, it did not seem like he was completely on board with the lots of people thing. Maybe that's why he's stationed near Eliza, so people get pulled away with mouse bribes. I love hornbills. They're some of my favorite birds. They're so cool. And man, do they, they're not shy about eating mammals when they get the chance. And look at that Tawny Frogmouth. He looks like he's trying to be okay with this interaction. But he's just barely hanging on. He's like, maybe leave me alone? Great pictures, Risu. Thank you for posting. Yeah. Lovely. Lovely. Not mad, just disappointed. Yeah. Yeah. But that is really cute, the sharing thing. Eliza the Southern Hornbill. I love hornbills. I really love them. Dr. Tara has got some little brown birds far away. What are these? No, these are not little brown birds. These are gulls, it appears. Circling high overhead. They look like gulls to me. Yeah. Look at all of them. They're having a good time. There must be some nice thermal currents that they're gliding on up there. Good for them. Yeah. Nice. Thank you, Dr. Tara. Mystery birds catching an updraft above my house. Eastern South United States. They look like gulls to me. These to me look like gulls. Although I could always be wrong. Yeah. Nice. Nice. And Avi says, could they be gulls? I think they are. Charcone says, hawk standing on a kill. Oh, just like dromaeosaurs would have done back in the day. Huh. I think it's a rat, and you can see what might be a tail hanging down the other side of the branch. Merlin says the bird is a red-shouldered hawk. Very cool, Charcone. These are kind of rare throughout most of the United States. But the densest population of red-shouldered hawks is where I used to work, in the San Francisco Presidio. Yeah, and they definitely eat rats and stuff there. Pretty cool, Charcone. Pretty cool. Red-shouldered hawk. Not a red-tailed hawk, but a red-shouldered hawk. Red-tailed hawks you see all over the place. They're very, very common throughout the U.S. You'll find them hanging out on telephone poles and stuff like that. But red-shouldered hawks are less common. Yeah. And their videos are less common, too. Yeah, let's try this.
Hey everyone, so this week we're going to move on to the diurnal birds that we have here at the Raptor Center, which are going to start off with the hawks. So diurnal means active during the day.
Here, let's skip
now,
to the hawk.
Hawks are kind of like the daytime shift of the barred owl. So the owl that we talked about on Wednesday last week that likes to live in wetland habitats, the red-shouldered hawk is kind of the daytime equivalent. They like to live in all those wetland habitats, catching all those frogs, crayfish,
really?
Wetland water snakes.
I didn't know that.
Salamanders. They'll catch a wide variety of items.
Maybe that was a
really
frog it was eating.
Those wetland water animals. Now, if you look really carefully at this bird, you might be able to recognize that she has a really small eye on one side. She has her fully developed eye on one, but then on the other side, that eye just never fully developed. So it's still there. She still has it, but it just never fully developed. Now, we can't release raptors with partial eyesight. For raptors to be able to survive in the wild, they need to be almost 100%. They just simply can't be 95% and survive. And so she'll have to live with us the rest of her life, because in the wild, if she tried to catch something, she'd miss it by just a little bit. But it only takes so many days by missing your food by a little bit before you start starving. And so she'll live with us. She's got all day to find her food, and she usually finds it pretty well, but of course, it's not running away from her. In the wild, her food will be moving away from her, and so she'd have a much harder time trying to find her food in the wild. Now, they get that name red-shouldered hawk because right over here on their shoulders, they kind of have reddish coloration. Now, that's really actually their wrist. When they're standing like this,
it is the wrist.
That's
Interesting.
actually their wrist that they've kind of got tucked in where it looks like their shoulder. But they're called red-shouldered hawks. Now, like I said, you can find them in those wetland habitats. We have them very commonly around here. We've got a little creek that runs behind our facilities, and we can hear these birds lots of times. They make a really loud, distinct call. Now, I made the barn owl call.
I recognize
I can do that one, but that's about the only raptor call I can make. So I'm not even going to try and imitate the red-shouldered hawk call.
Interesting stuff. If you want to watch the rest of this video, there is a link right there. But red-shouldered hawks, they are near and dear to my heart, because we would see a ton of these where I was working in the San Francisco Presidio. And we're gonna put Google Photos to the test here. I'll type in hawk and I'll see if it comes up with anything, because I know I used to photograph these guys all the time. Let's see, November 2020. Yeah, there's one right there. Yeah. It was tough to get good shots. But yeah, and we even had we had one that I found one morning that was dead. And I've got a lot of photos of it. Because of that. Oh wait, no, shoot, there's a live one there. Okay, here's another photo, kind of blurry. But yeah. We did happen across a dead red-shouldered hawk, me and my students, one morning, and that was really sad. And we ended up actually talking to the Raptor Center nearby, because I called it in, and they sent someone to go pick it up, so that they could do basically like an autopsy on it, try and figure out how it died. And they said usually when they find a dead hawk like this, that is because someone had been putting out rat poison. That's, of course, illegal in San Francisco, but somebody was doing that nonetheless. And then this poor bird must have caught a rat or some other kind of mammal that was feeding on that rat poison, and then it was poisoned in turn. So please, 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 please do not use rat poison, because you never know what you're going to kill with it. I remember at one point in my life, I've had to fish rat poison out of the mouth of a dog on a ranch, because a dog found this rat poison and was just like, decided to chew on it and try and swallow it. So I'm like, I did lunge at this dog and like try and wrestle this out of its mouth. Would have been a goner, you know? So anyway, rat poison. One of those like just irredeemable evils in our world. Never, ever, ever use rat poison. It is a terrible, terrible thing. I don't know how many children die every year from eating rat poison, but it's more than 0. Dog was okay, Sparky Bugwash, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Say no to rat poison. Anywho. Bette Midler, red cardinal on a green bucket. I like that, Bette Midler. Look at this beautiful, beautiful cardinal there. Probably drinking some water out of there. Oh, there's the bucket. And there's the cardinal. Very nice. Very nice, Bette Midler. Yeah. Lovely. Lovely. Thanks for posting. Northern cardinals are beautiful birds. They really are. I like that you've got a bird emblem there, Bette Midler. Bird profile picture. Very nice. It looks like a magpie. Yeah. He was thirsty? Nice. Yeah. I'm really hoping that where I move in December, because I've got to move out of my apartment, find a new place to live. I'm really hoping I can have a bird bath at the new place. We'll see. Yeah. Nova Silences went to the rubbish tip the other day to drop off some garbage. Very nice. There is a resident colony of welcome swallows. They'll move so quickly all the time, it's hard to get a good picture. Welcome swallows. I love swallows. They're so cool. I don't know if I'm familiar with these, though. Are they different from barn swallows? They certainly look different. Let's look them up on the Tree of Life. Welcome swallow. Huh. Hirundo is the genus name. That's a cool, cool genus name. There we go. Welcome swallow. They look a lot like barn swallows. I guess they're close to the Pacific swallow. And there's the barn swallow over there. Yeah. Nice. Well, thank you for the welcome swallow there, Nova Silence. Quite welcome, I would say. Always welcome here. Good stuff, good stuff. Here. And Rosand Thornwater says, at the local wildlife park zoo. Ooh, we've got emus. Let's listen for that drumming there. I'll turn our volume up. Yeah, gotta love emus. They are some of my favorite birds. And yeah, the drumming sound that they make, that booming, always cool. take a look. Isn't that neat? What an awesome animal. Yeah, thank you for posting these, Roseanne. Beautiful. Emus, some of my favorite extant vertebrates in general. They're such cool animals. They're so neat. And Charlie's Dragon says, forget roaring. I'd be freaked out if a non-avian dinosaur rumbled like that. They almost certainly did. Yeah. And Murph says it almost sounds like a croc. They've got a not too dissimilar kind of vocalization hardware, so yeah. And the view at the people would be amusing. It is, yeah. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Roseanne. Nice stuff. I love emus. Oh, man, they're great. Yeah. And Layer Chop has got a whole bunch of African rock doves. Columbia Livia. Or Columba Livia? Is it Columba or Columbia? Anyway, gotta love those feral rock doves. Thank you, Layer Chop. They really don't get enough respect. Layer Chop, or excuse me, Janine's messes. I was lucky enough to stumble upon these fellas on my walk last Tuesday. Pretty sure they are tawny frogmouths. You saw these in the wild? That's super cool, Janine's mess. That's super, super cool. They certainly look like tawny frogmouths to me. That's lovely. Holy cow. We've watched videos about these critters before. They're really, really neat. I like them a lot. I like them a lot. Sparky Pugwash says emu eggs would be huge. They're not just huge, they're beautiful too. I actually helped collect some when I was living in Montana at an emu farm. I was there with Dana Rashid and Kevin Surya. Emu eggs are beautiful. Yeah. They've got these lovely kind of bluish green shells. They're just gorgeous. They really, really are. Yeah. And they're big. Obviously. Yeah. Yogurt Girl says a cute downy woodpecker in the sun I saw on the trail last year. That is lovely, Yogurt Girl. That is a very cute downy woodpecker. Look at that. Look at that eye. What a cutie. My goodness. That's really nice. That's really nice. Thank you for posting, Yogurt Girl. Thank you, everybody, for some excellent Thursday Birdsday Thursday birds. That's good stuff. And with that having been done, a happy Thursday Birdsday to one and all. It's about time for me to wrap this thing up. Been streaming for 4.5 hours now. I'm going to see if maybe I can work on fixing that 3D printer before tomorrow's stream. Especially since I might not have very much time tomorrow morning. I might go see Snail Chaser in the city and hang out with him before tomorrow's stream. So I'll see if I can get the 3D printer up and running tonight. No promises, though. But, yeah, let's go ahead and start wrapping this stream up, shall we? Don't go away just yet. We are going to find somebody to raid here. And, yeah. Continuing with the birdage today, we've got two lovely owls hanging out in their bird box on Hoot House livestream. We're gonna go say hello to them. Raid Hoot House live stream. There we go. So if you want to see some owls live, I guess they haven't left for the night yet, but they're gonna start they're going to start doing their owl thing in a bit. Oh, one of them shaking his head. His or her head. Anyway, thank you everybody for another wonderful stream. I hope you had a good time today. I hope you learned something. I hope, you know, you enjoyed celebrating the dinosaurness of birds with us on Thursday, Birdsday. And I hope you enjoyed the dinosaur deep dives. On tomorrow's stream, I think we might finally talk about that new mosasaur that everyone's excited about. And I think we'll be doing some Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, or rather, Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. So that should be a lot of fun, too. Anyway, everybody, thank you for everything. Lurkers, moderators, cheerers, gifters, followers, subscribers, viewers, everyone, thank you so much. And I hope to see you again tomorrow. All right. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye. And let's go see some owls. You ready? Let's do it.